You believe you are walking on solid ground, looking at a solid world. But I am here to tell you it is a total lie. The world you see out there is not real. It is a grand projection, a screen where your own mind is throwing its unlived desires and fears. You do not live in reality. You live in a prison of your own conditioning. And the moment you stop feeding this machine with your attention, the matrix shatters. Listen closely, because today I will reveal the dangerous secret to bending this illusion to your absolute will. Hello, my friends. It is beautiful that we are here together in this moment, under this vast sky, listening to the roar of the ocean and the silent murmur of the pines. You are listening to me, but I must ask you from the very beginning, are you really here? Or is your mind wandering somewhere else in the shadows of yesterday or the dreams of tomorrow? We live and walk and see and hear in such a profound state of sleep, such a deep unconsciousness, that we fail to experience that which is already here, surrounding us from all sides. The truth about reality is not something hidden in a far-off paradise. It is right here, right now. But it is covered by a massive, complicated network of illusions. They do not want you to know this secret, because the moment you realize how easy it is to break this matrix and bend reality to its very roots, you can no longer be enslaved. You can no longer be managed by the priests, the politicians, and the institutions of the world. If you feel this truth echoing in your heart as we begin to uncover these mysteries, please consider subscribing to the channel, pressing the like button, and leaving your honest reflection in the comments below, so that this light may reach more seeking souls. And if you wish to participate deeply in this work, supporting the expansion of these insights to the world, you can click the join button to become a member, show your gratitude through a contribution with super thanks, or explore our ebooks, which are crafted to guide you on this inward revolution. Look at the world around you. You see solid walls, heavy rocks, and a solid physical body, and you take it for granted that matter is a hard, unyielding reality. But I tell you, matter is the greatest lie ever propagated. It is an absolute illusion. What you perceive as a solid substance is nothing but energy moving at an unbelievable astronomical speed. Think of an ordinary electric fan spinning on the ceiling. When the fan is turned off, you can clearly see the 3 separate blades with vacant spaces between them. But when you switch it on and it begins to rotate at a very high speed, the separate blades disappear. What you see is a solid, continuous circle of matter. The speed is so intense that before the reflection of one blade leaves your eyes, the next blade has already taken its place, and the vacant spaces are completely filled by the momentum. The fan can be made to revolve at such an immense speed that you could easily sit on it and you would never know that anything is moving underneath you. It would feel like a solid rock. This is exactly what the material world is. The whole cosmos is an overflowing, boiling fountain of energy moving so rapidly that it creates the deceptive appearance of solid matter. Science has finally stumbled upon this truth after centuries of analysis. When scientists split the physical atom, expecting to find a solid core of matter at the center, they were astounded to find that matter simply disappeared. The deeper they dug, the more it evaporated, until nothing remained but particles of electricity. Pure waves of energy that behave in unpredictable ways. This energy is what I call consciousness when it is awake and matter when it is asleep. It is the same reality, but because we live only on the surface, because we look at the universe only through our gross senses, we remain trapped in the illusion of solidity. We are like people who are hypnotized by the reflection of the moon in a disturbed pond, fighting with the ripples, completely unaware that the real moon shines brightly in the sky above. Your thoughts are not separate from this material world either. They are physical entities. They are subtle waves of energy that you are constantly transmitting into the universe. We have been taught by our conditioning that thoughts are just empty things inside our heads. But they have a physical existence and they can alter the material world directly. You can try a very simple experiment at home to understand the physical power of your mind. Take a glass filled with water and add a little glycerine or any greasy liquid to form a thin, invisible film on the surface. Place a straight, delicate pin lightly over this film so that it floats gently on the water. Close the doors and windows of your room so that there is no movement of air, and sit silently before the glass. Focus your total attention on the pin. Look straight at it without blinking for 5 minutes, and then tell the pin with your inner willpower to turn to the left, and it will turn to the left. Tell it to turn to the right, and it will turn to the right. Tell it to stop, and it will stop. If your thought waves can move a physical pin on the water, they can move a mountain also. It is only a matter of proportion, a matter of accumulating enough voltage. In the gaming houses of Monte Carlo, There have been extraordinary people who could never be defeated in the game of dice. No matter how many times the dice were changed, no matter how much they were blindfolded, they threw exactly the numbers they desired because the intense determination of their thought waves physically altered the movement of the dice. Every moment of your life, you are surrounded by these invisible thought waves. When you enter a room where people have been fighting, you suddenly feel a wave of restlessness and anger gripping your heart, even if no one says a word. When you sit near a deeply silent, meditative person, you are suddenly overwhelmed by a profound peace, a strange well-being. This is because we are all transmitters and receivers, constantly broadcasting our inner state into the environment. If your mind is a chaos, you are broadcasting chaos. If your mind is a silent pool, you are broadcasting peace. But why is your mind a chaos? Why are you unable to remain at your inner center? The root cause of this disease is that the mind is a constant, compulsive verbalizer. It cannot exist without language. You see a rose flower blooming in the morning sun, and immediately your mind comes in and says, "What a beautiful rose." The moment you bring the word in, you have killed the existential rose. You have changed a living, breathing mystery into a dead word. The word is not the rose, the word is just a label, a photograph. And you go on collecting dead photographs in the album of your memory, thinking that you are living. You are not living, you are just living in a prison of words. This mechanical habit of transforming every existential presence into language is the only barrier to a meditative mind. Meditation means living without words, living non-linguistically. It means looking at the sunrise without letting the mind translate it into language. Let the sun be there, let the warmth be there, let the light be there, but don't bring the language in. Let there be a gap between the seeing and the verbalizing. In that gap, reality is encountered. In that gap, the matrix is shattered and you are thrown back to your original source of life. Sometimes you touch this non-linguistic reality spontaneously when you are deeply in love. When two lovers are in deep intimacy, they suddenly become silent. It is not that they have nothing to say. On the contrary, they have an overwhelming amount to express, but words become useless, redundant. They just sit hand in hand, looking into each other's eyes, and in that silence, a deep communion happens. The moment love dies, words return. If a husband and a wife are constantly talking and cannot remain silent for a single moment, it is a certain indication that love is dead. They are just filling the empty, frightening gap with a constant noise of words. Meditation is nothing but the culmination of love not for a single person, but for the total existence that surrounds you. To be in meditation means to be in a living, silent relationship with the cosmos. It is not a mental trick. It is not an intellectual concept. It requires a negative process, a process of negating that which has been artificially added to you by the society. Society needs language to function in the marketplace, but existence does not need language. I do not say that you should throw away language completely. You have to use it when you are in the market, when you are communicating with others. When you walk, you move your legs, but if your legs go on moving when you are sitting in a chair, people will call you mad. You must be able to turn the mechanism of your legs on and off. In the same way, you must be able to turn the mechanism of verbalization on and off. When you are alone with existence, turn it off, sit silently and just be. But the mind is very tricky. It does not want to lose its mastery over you, so if you try to make it silent, it will suggest an easier shortcut. It will say, chant a mantra, repeat Ram 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 or Om 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 continuously, and you will achieve silence. Beware of this deception. Chanting a mantra is not meditation. It is nothing but an auto-hypnotic sleep. If you go on repeating a single word continuously, it creates such an immense boredom in the brain that the mind falls into a state of unconsciousness. It is a psychological tranquilizer, a spiritual sleeping pill. Through it, you fall below language. You do not go beyond it. You drop into the unconscious. And in the morning you get up and say you had a very peaceful meditation. It was not meditation. It was just a deep, self-induced, hypnotic sleep. Tantra and true meditation say, drop all mantras, drop all ready-made formulas. Do not use words to push other words away, because that is an absolute absurdity. You cannot wash blood with blood. What is to be done then? You have to do nothing except to understand. Begin to be aware of how the mind functions. Just watch it as an aloof witness. Watch the words passing on the screen of your consciousness like a procession of people on the street. Do not judge, do not condemn, do not say this thought is good and that thought is bad. Just watch. As you watch silently, a miracle happens. The speed of the mind slows down, and the gaps between the thoughts begin to widen. Between two words, there is always a small gap, a tiny interval of silence. If there were no gap two words could not remain two. They would merge and become one word. Between two notes of music, there is always a silent interval. The less aware you are, the faster the mind runs, and you miss the gaps completely. But as you become attentive, as you become a silent watcher, the mind slows down and you can see the gaps. It is just like a film reel running in a projector. If it runs at a normal speed, you see a continuous story on the screen. But if the projector is run in slow motion, the story breaks and you can see the separate photographs with gaps of darkness between them. The mind is a film, a consciousness that is focused only on words is non-meditative, and a consciousness that is focused on the gaps between the words is meditative. It is a change of the whole gestalt. Look at a gestalt picture, a picture that contains two distinct images at the same time, like the picture of an old lady and a young girl. If you focus on the old lady, the young girl disappears. And if you focus on the young girl, the old lady is lost. You cannot see both simultaneously. The same happens with the mind. If you are identified with the words, you jump from one word to another and you miss the gap. But if you shift your focus to the gap, the words disappear and you are suddenly thrown into an abyss of infinite silence. To be in that gap is meditation. To be in that gap is to touch the hidden treasure that is already waiting within you. In that moment of silence, you are no longer separate from the universe. The boundary of the ego is shattered. The drop falls into the ocean, or rather, the ocean falls into the drop. For the first time, you are authentically alive, vibrant with pure energy. But the mind is afraid of this emptiness. It is afraid of this gap, because for the mind, this nothingness is death. The ego cannot exist in total silence. It can exist only in conflict, in words, in relationship with the other. So whenever you come close to the gap, a great fear will grip your heart, and you will want to run back to the familiar world of noise and words. Do not run away. When the fear comes, accept it. Let the ego die in that silence, because only through that death is the real, the immortal born. By dying in the gap, you are resurrected into everlasting life. This inward revolution is the only adventure worth taking for a human being. Everything else is just passing time, just an escape from the ultimate problem of existence. We create gods, we go to gurus, we read scriptures only to escape from our individual responsibility, only to avoid the arduous task of looking into our own nothingness. Anyone who gives you a ready-made formula, anyone who tells you to believe blindly, is not a friend but an enemy, because he is postponing your awakening. He is keeping you drugged in the sleep of conditioning. I am not here to give you a philosophy. I am here to give you an awakening. I am here to create a situation where your mechanical continuity is disrupted, where a sudden gap is created so that you can look into your own depths. Do not look for an intellectual conviction, because an intellectual conviction is just another dead word added to your memory. See the truth of what I am saying as an existential fact within yourself right now. Look at the distance between your consciousness and your thoughts. You are separate from your mind. You are separate from your memories. You are separate from your body. You are the watcher, the witness, the pure awareness. Let this awareness become your constant companion as you walk, as you talk, as you eat, and as you sleep. Live with the fact of your absolute aloneness. Do not try to escape from it through crowds, through friends, through ideologies, or through religions. Your religions and political dogmas are just fictions, created to protect you from the fear of your aloneness. Loneliness is a miserable state because it is an escape from aloneness. It means you are missing the other. But aloneness is a beautiful flowering. It means you have found yourself, you are centered in your own being, and only in total aloneness can the ego die and the divine be born. The seed must destroy itself completely for the tree to grow. The ego is the seed, and the divine is the tree. Do not try to save the seed. Let it disintegrate in the soil of meditation. It is an arduous path. It is a dangerous path, but it is the only path that leads to fulfillment, to ecstasy, to the ultimate truth of reality. The shift from a transparency found in meditation to the opaque wall of the ordinary world is the greatest secret they do not want you to uncover. They want you to live in a continuous, heavy state of opacity, because a transparent human being is completely beyond their control. A transparent man becomes a dangerous rebel. He cannot be forced to fit into their prearranged slots. Who are these people who want to keep you in darkness? They are the collective systems, the institutions, the politicians, and the priests who have created a massive, intricate network of illusions to keep your consciousness chained to the periphery of life. To truly break this matrix and bend reality to your very core, you must understand the great secret they have hidden from you for centuries. The secret of the ego prison. You have been raised to believe that your ego is your identity, that it is your very soul, but it is nothing more than a carefully manufactured cage designed to keep you from ever looking inward. This cage is built upon the illusion of the other. because the ego cannot exist in isolation. It can only live and survive in a constant, anxious relationship with a mirror. There is an ancient, beautiful story from the mystical traditions that perfectly describes the human condition within this matrix. A dog accidentally loses his way and enters a magnificent palace built entirely of mirrors. The walls, the ceiling, the doors, and the floor are all made of perfectly polished mirrors. The dog stands in the center of the room, and suddenly he is shocked to find himself surrounded by thousands of dogs. Wherever he looks, there are dogs, dogs, and only dogs. The poor animal becomes deeply puzzled and terrified. He feels that he is totally alone and yet surrounded by an entire army of enemies who are watching his every move. To defend himself, he begins to bark fiercely. But the moment he barks, all the thousands of dogs in the mirrors open their mouths and bark back at him silently. The sound of his own bark echoes through the empty room, and he becomes absolutely certain that his life is in grave danger. He runs here and there, snapping his jaws and fighting with the reflections. The dogs in the mirrors do exactly the same. All night long, the dog exhausts his entire vital energy, running, barking, and fighting his own reflections, completely unaware that he is absolutely alone in that magnificent room. In the morning, when the palace guards open the doors, they find the poor dog lying dead on the floor from utter exhaustion. The moment he died, all the noise subsided and the mirrors became completely silent once again. If you find this reflection of reality touching your inner being and wish to participate deeply in our spiritual fellowship, take a silent moment to press the join button on your interface. Supporting this channel to channelize these insights deeper into the global matrix. The matrix functions entirely through this palace of mirrors. Because your ego is false, it needs constant confirmation from the outside world. It needs someone to say that you are beautiful, that you are wise, that you are powerful, or that you are holy. This creates a deep dependency on the other. And where there is dependency, there can be no relationship. There can only be slavery. All human relationships have been turned into a subtle form of power politics. The husband dominates the wife to feel like a master, and the wife dominates the husband through her own silent, passive manipulation to make him feel like a servant. The parents dominate the children under the beautiful name of love, forcing them to become puppets of their own unfulfilled desires. And the most dangerous of all, the fake gurus dominate the disciples in the name of spirituality. They create a spiritual slavery which is 1,000 times more toxic than worldly slavery, because it penetrates into your very soul. A true master does not want to become your guru. He does not want to create a relationship of dependency, because relationship as such belongs to the mundane world. A true master wants to shake your hand, wake you up, and tell you to stand firmly on your own 2 feet. If a guru demands your submission, your obedience, or makes you feel constantly guilty and sinful, know for certain that he is a politician disguised in spiritual robes. He is using your spiritual thirst to feed his own egoistic power politics. Why did society build these massive churches, temples, and mosques all over the earth? It was a calculated ancient conspiracy to divert your true inner search. The rulers of the matrix realized very early in history that if a man goes deep into meditation, he will become completely free, and a free man cannot be ruled. A free man cannot be turned into a soldier to fight their wars. He cannot be forced to buy their useless commodities, and he cannot be made to bow down before their false altars. So they built magnificent structures of stone, placed beautiful idols inside them, and told you that God lives there. They gave you a ready-made theology, a beautifully wrapped catechism, so that you would never have to take the trouble of seeking the truth for yourself. They turned religion into an organized collective affair, completely destroying its individual revolutionary essence. If you find your heart resonating with this call for individual freedom, consider subscribing to this channel, leaving an honest reflection in the comments, and sharing this video with other seeking souls so that we can collectively break the chains of this programming. They want you to believe that you can find the divine by repeating dead words in a church or a mosque, but you can only find a rock there. They have turned the ultimate mystery into a marketable commodity, a weekly routine where you go to confess your sins, pay your dues, and return home completely unchanged. The deepest, most hypnotic trick of this matrix is making you believe that you are a doer. You think that you are running your life, that you are earning money, that you are building a house, or that you are practicing virtue. This is the ultimate dream of the ego. The ego cannot exist without the feeling of being a doer. It always says, I have achieved this, I have performed that good deed, I am the creator of my destiny. But this doing is just a magnificent dream. Think of a wave rising in the ocean during a storm. The wave might think that it is moving by its own independent will, that it is rising higher than the other waves because of its own individual strength. But the wave is nothing but the ocean itself in movement. The moment the wind subsides, the wave falls back into the ocean and disappears. It was never separate. When you believe that you are the doer, you are completely cut off from the cosmic source of energy. You are like a dead bulb that thinks it is producing light by its own independent power, completely unaware of the invisible electric current running through the wire. The day you realize that you are not the doer, that life is just happening through you, that the universe is breathing through you, walking through you, and speaking through you, the prison of the ego is shattered all at once. Then you cease to be a creator, you become creativity itself. To understand how to break free from this illusion of doing, you must comprehend the nature of human evolution. With man, the natural, automatic, and mechanical process of evolution has come to an end. Man is the very last product of unconscious evolution. Up to the animal kingdom, nature does everything automatically through the law of cause and effect. A tree grows automatically, an animal evolves mechanically. There is no choice, and therefore there is no uncertainty. Because there is no choice, below man there is no anxiety. Have you ever seen a tense deer or a neurotic tree? They are never tense because they don't have to choose, they just are. They flow in the mechanical track of nature. But with man, conscious evolution begins. And conscious evolution cannot be collective. It must be an individual endeavor. Nature has completed its work. It has brought you to the point of consciousness. Now you are completely free to decide whether to evolve or not to evolve. This freedom of choice is a great glory, but it is also a tremendous burden. Every step you take is a gamble in the dark, because nothing is certain anymore. You alone are responsible for your life. If you fail, it is your responsibility. If you succeed, it is again your responsibility. This individual responsibility is what torments man to his very roots, creating a deep, constant anxiety. Because man is terrified of this individual responsibility, because he cannot bear the anxiety of freedom, he looks for every possible way to escape it. He tries to shirk his responsibility by taking refuge in a crowd. This is part of our deeper psychological fables. This fear of freedom is exactly why collective ideologies like communism, fascism, and organized religions have such a hypnotic appeal for the masses. They provide a comfortable escape from individual freedom. The burden of responsibility is taken away from your shoulders and placed upon the state, the organization, or the church. When something goes wrong, you can always point to the state or the system. You are no longer individually responsible. You become just a minor cog in a massive collective structure. But in denying your individual freedom, in running away into the crowd, you also destroy the very possibility of your human evolution. You fall back into a mechanical, animal-like state. You regress into a group consciousness where you can burn a mosque or destroy a temple as part of a mob, doing things you would never have the courage to do alone, because in a crowd, everyone is responsible, which means no one in particular is responsible. You think you are finding safety in the crowd, but you are only turning your house into a grave. If you wish to deepen your understanding of these psychological barriers and explore our carefully compiled insights on these inner traps, you can click on the link in the description below to access our collection of ebooks which are crafted to support your independent awakening. To grow into a true human being, to bring your individual responsibility to a peak, you must learn to live with the basic fact of your aloneness. The greater your consciousness, the greater will be the realization that you are absolutely alone. This is a magnificent phenomenon. The whole evolutionary process has been working for centuries just to bring you to this point where you know that you are alone. But do not confuse aloneness with loneliness. They are completely different states of mind. Loneliness is a miserable state where you are constantly missing the other, where you are begging for a reflection in the mirror, trying to escape from your own empty house. Loneliness will always create its own false magic of forgetfulness. It will make you run into crowds, into bars, into marriages, into associations, just to forget yourself. But aloneness is a state of deep, positive fulfillment. It means you are at home with yourself. You are sufficient unto yourself. Your mandala is complete. The moment you are courageous enough to accept the fact of your aloneness totally, without any fiction or deception, a miracle happens. The ego dies because the ego cannot exist alone. It can only exist in relation to others. In total aloneness, the I disappears. And when the I is no more, the divine is born. You explode into the infinite whole. This explosion into the infinite whole is prevented by a single constant disease of the mind, and that disease is becoming. You are never at ease with yourself as you are right now in the present moment. You always want to become something else. You take an ideal from the priests or the politicians and you place it in the future. And then a deep tension is created between what you are and what you want to become. Tension means nothing but a gap between the existential state that is and the hypothetical state that is longed for. The more impossible your ideal is, the greater will be the tension in your being. This is why a so-called religious person is often much more tense and neurotic than an ordinary materialist, because the religious man is longing for a far-off, impossible ideal. He wants to become a saint, he wants to become divine, he wants to attain moksha or salvation. The distance between his reality and his ideal is so vast that it creates a massive inner hell. It does not matter what the object of your desire is. Even if you desire desirelessness, you are still trapped in the mechanism of becoming. The desire to be desireless is one of the strongest desires, and it creates the biggest gap between what is and what should be. Look at your mind. It is a constant process of choosing, judging, and deciding. You are confused, and out of your confusion, you try to choose one particular thought against another. You were a communist, then you became a Catholic, then you went to a new guru. You change your thoughts, but the discarded thoughts do not disappear. They simply sink into the depths of your unconscious mind, waiting for their chance to take over again. Within a period of 24 hours, there are moments when you are an atheist and moments when you are a theist, moments when you are a saint and moments when you are a sinner. This creates a terrible confusion in your mental body, and your spiritual seeking only adds a new dimension to this confusion. You go on choosing, and every choice adds to your tension. The only way to be free of this tension is total, unconditional acceptance of yourself as you are. Accept your confusion, accept your desires, accept your contradictions without any judgment, without any choice. The moment you accept everything that you are, there is nothing left to desire in the future. The gap is bridged, the future disappears, and you are thrown completely into the present moment. This total acceptance is the only real miracle. If you feel the power of this unconditional acceptance clearing your inner confusion and wish to express your appreciation for this spiritual transmission, you can use the Super Thanks feature to support our work, helping us reach more seekers around the world. When you become aware of your total thought process without choosing, a separation happens within you. You become a witness to your mind. For the first time, you know yourself as consciousness, and not as mind. The mind becomes an object to you, just like the furniture in your room or the people passing on the street. The greatest difficulty with human beings is that they are deeply identified with their minds. If your physical body falls ill and someone tells you that you are sick, you do not feel offended. You feel grateful for their sympathy. But if someone tells you that your mind is ill, that you are neurotically derailed, you feel intensely offended. Why? Because your identification with your mind is much deeper than with your body. You can easily say, "This is my hand," because you know you are separate from it. But you cannot say, "This is my mind," because you think your mind is you. Mind is nothing but a computerized mechanism, an accumulation of your past experiences, your past learning, and your past conditioning. It is not you, it is just a part of your somatic machinery, just like your kidney or your liver. Once you disidentify from this mechanism, all your mental tensions evaporate spontaneously. Non-identification is non-tension. The controllers of the matrix do not want you to know this secret, because their whole power depends on your identification with your mind. They want you to go on choosing, they want you to go on fighting with yourself, because as long as you are divided, you are weak. A house divided against itself cannot stand. When you fight with your anger, when you fight with your sex, when you fight with your greed, you are fighting with your own energy. No one can ever win this fight. One moment you think you have controlled your anger, and the next moment it explodes with greater violence. This inner conflict turns your life into a prolonging, lingering suicide. You are constantly creating energy through the life force, and because you do not know how to make it creative, how to harmonize it, it becomes a heavy burden to you. To relieve yourself of this burden, you throw it off through sex, through anger, or through violence, and then you feel a momentary relief. This is what you ordinarily call pleasure, the negative absence of misery, the temporary relief from a burden. But bliss is altogether different. Bliss is positive. It comes only when your total energy is integrated, when it is in complete harmony, flowing inward toward the center without any conflict, without any suppression. To bring your energy to this organic unity, you must drop the false put-up altars and idols that society has given you. They have built churches and mosques not to lead you to the divine, but to keep you from ever finding it. They know that if you go into a mosque or a temple, you will look at a stone idol and you will think you have found religion. You will perform a weekly ritual, feel a superficial satisfaction, and return to your ordinary, manipulative life completely unchanged. This is a massive conspiracy to kill your authentic spiritual hunger. True religion is an individual revolution. It is not a collective organization. It cannot be bound by scriptures or doctrines. The scriptures can only communicate dead knowledge. They can never transfer the living experience of knowing. Knowing is always yours. It is an existential happening within your own consciousness. If you cling to borrowed knowledge, if you stuffed your mind with information from the Vedas or the Bible, you will become a pundit, a theologian, but you will remain completely ignorant. A knowledgeable mind is a dead mind. It is a mind that has no space left to receive the vast, unknown reality. Look at the whole game of your life from the standpoint of the vertical dimension. The horizontal dimension is the world of time, the world of past and future, the world of constant becoming. In this horizontal line, you are always running after a goal, always trying to reach somewhere else, always missing the here and now. The vertical dimension is the world of eternity, the world of the present moment, the world of pure being. In this vertical line, there is nowhere to go, nothing to be achieved, no future to be fulfilled. You just are. The moment you stop all running, the moment you drop all ideals and accept your reality exactly as it is right now, the horizontal line is broken. You fall into the vertical dimension, into the eternal now. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "There shall be time no longer." He was not talking about a chronological end of the world. He was talking about a deep psychological mutation where the time mind disappears completely and only eternity remains. This mutation is what they fear the most, because a man who lives in eternity cannot be manipulated by the fear of death or the greed for a future reward. He is completely free. He is a law unto himself. He does not follow the laws imposed by the society from without, because he has found the supreme organic law within his own being. His discipline is not cultivated, it is not calculated, it is a spontaneous flowering of his innocence. To the ordinary, normal man, this spontaneous man will look completely inconsistent, unpredictable, and even dangerous, because he does not follow their prearranged patterns. He lives from moment to moment. His actions are not a continuation of his past actions. They come directly out of his fresh, silent consciousness. If you ask him a question today, his answer will be completely different from the answer he gave yesterday, because the situation has changed. He has changed. the whole universe has moved. Only a dead man can be absolutely consistent, because a dead man has no future. His past is his everything. A living man is bound to be inconsistent superficially, because life is freedom. Life is a constant movement into the unknown. The normal human being is nothing but a well-adjusted slave. He has built a solid, fixed self-image to satisfy the expectations of the crowd, and he clings to this image with all his might, terrified of ever looking behind the mask. He thinks he is a respectable citizen, a faithful husband, a responsible father, or a holy saint, but behind this beautiful facade, the same animals are hidden, suppressed, and boiling. He is a house divided against itself, a chaotic crowd of conflicting demands. When sex arises, sex becomes the total master of the house, denying his morality, his religion, and his family completely. And when the sex act is over and frustration sets in, his reason takes charge again, condemning sex and vowing never to indulge in it again. This constant back and forth movement between suppression and indulgence turns his life into a miserable, neurotic battlefield. He thinks he is normal because everyone around him is in the same diseased state of mind, but this normalcy is nothing but a collective insanity. We have been trained for centuries to be schizophrenic. Our religions, our educations, our cultures have been the basic cause of humanity's split personality. They have never allowed the human being to grow as a total organic whole. They always choose one part against another. They tell you to love and not to be angry, completely unaware that love and anger are two branches of the same energy tree. If you cut the branch of anger completely, the branch of love will also become poor and withered, because the same life sap runs through both. A man who is incapable of authentic, total anger is bound to be incapable of authentic, total love. His love will be just a tepid, lukewarm, superficial mannerism, a social formality without any vital energy behind it. Tantra says, do not cut any branch of your energy tree. Let it grow in all directions. The more you grow in opposite directions, the greater will be your richness, your inner affluence, your spiritual height. Look at a child when he is authentically angry. He is beautiful. There is a sudden flush of vital energy, a magnificent fire running through his whole body. He becomes anger itself. There is no division in him. He is not standing aside, judging himself, or feeling guilty about his anger. He is totally in it. and because he is totally in it, the moment the anger passes, it is gone completely without leaving any trace behind. He is fresh again, innocent again, playing with the same child he was fighting with a moment ago. But a civilized man cannot do this. When he gets angry, he suppresses it. He wears a false smile on his face, completely hiding the fire within. This suppressed fire then turns into a toxic poison, eating up his vitality from within, making him permanently irritable, malicious, and vindictive. He carries the hangover of his anger for days, for months, for years, completely destroying his capacity to experience the present moment. To break this collective conditioning, you must accept your total individual responsibility. No one else is responsible for your misery. No one else is responsible for your liberation. You cannot place the burden on your parents, on your society, on your politicians, or on your gods. We create gods, we take refuge in gurus, only to escape from this individual responsibility. We want someone else to carry our burden. We want someone else to save us. But no one can save you except your own conscious effort. Your choice becomes your destiny. If you choose to remain a slave to the collective programming, you will live a miserable, empty life, waiting for a death that will only change your clothes but leave you in the same unconscious loop of birth and rebirth. But if you choose the arduous path of individual revolution, if you accept the burden of your freedom with all its anxiety and uncertainty, a new dimension opens up within your depths. You begin to evolve consciously. This conscious evolution is what I call the science of reality bending. When your energy is no longer divided into conflict, when you stop all fighting with yourself and accept your reality in its total facticity, the energy begins to flow inward toward the center automatically. Energy always flows toward bliss. It flows outward toward sex or anger only because it does not know any higher source of bliss. But the moment you become a silent witness to your inner states, the moment you disidentify from the mechanisms of the mind, a deeper door is opened. The energy touches the original center, the hara, the navel, and a profound transformation happens spontaneously. You do not have to sublimate it. You do not have to force it. It simply rises upward like fire, transforming your whole being as it moves through the subtle layers of your consciousness. Think of the difference between an ordinary life of reaction and a meditative life of response. An ordinary man is always reacting to situations according to his past conditioning. If someone insults him, he gets angry automatically, like a machine. The other person pushes a button and the machine starts working. He thinks he is free, but he is completely determined by the other person's action. The other person is the master of his inner state. A meditative man does not react, he responds. When someone insults him, he does not immediately jump into anger. He remains silent, he observes the insult, he observes the reaction of his mind as a witness. He is not a machine. He can choose to be angry or he can choose to remain silent. The choice rests entirely with his consciousness. He is the master of his own house. This mastery is what they do not want you to attain, because a man who is master of himself cannot be ruled by any external authority. Look at the whole structure of your life's journey. You have been running and running for countless lives on the circumference of the circle, completely missing the center. You think that by changing your place, by changing your wife, by changing your job, or by changing your religion, you will find something real. You will find nothing, because you are still moving on the same circumference. The distance from the center remains exactly the same wherever you are on the circumference. You can run with the speed of an airplane, you can run for lives together, but you will never reach the center by running in circles. To reach the center, you have to stop all running. You have to abandon the circumference completely and take a sudden vertical jump into the here and now. This jump needs no time, it needs no space, because the center is already within you, present right now. The crowd is always afraid of the man who stops running, because his stillness becomes a deep reproach to their mad racing. When they see you sitting silently, doing nothing, enjoying your own being without any purpose, they feel intensely uncomfortable. They will try in every possible way to drag you back into the race. They will say, you are wasting your time. They will say, you are becoming irresponsible. They will say, you are going crazy. They cannot tolerate your peace, because your peace exposes their inner turmoil. They want everyone to be in the same miserable, mechanical state of sleep so that they can feel normal. Do not listen to them. Be skeptical of their normalcy. Doubt their wisdom, because their wisdom has only created a world full of wars, full of anxiety, and full of madness. Stand alone and accept the absolute responsibility for your own awakening. The path is arduous, the terrain is completely unknown, but it is the only path that can take you out of this massive matrix and lead you to the supreme realization of your true immortal being. To enter into this supreme realization, you must become deeply, intimately acquainted with the layers of your own inner house. For you are not a simple entity, but a magnificent structure composed of 7 distinct bodies and 7 corresponding energy centers, which we call chakras. These layers are like 7 sheets of paper placed perfectly one on top of the other. If you prick a hole through them with a single sharp pin, all the sheets are pierced simultaneously. Even if the pin is removed, each sheet carries a mark that corresponds directly to the first one. Your physical body is merely the first sheet, the most outer garment, but underneath it lie hidden 6 other subtle bodies, each more expansive and potent than the preceding one. Most of human civilization has stagnated completely after the 3rd layer, completely unaware of the vast internal geography that opens up beyond it. If you wish to journey with me into these deep recesses of your being and help other seeking souls discover this hidden map, consider taking a moment to hit the like button and share this video with those who are ready for this inward revolution. Let us begin with the first layer, the Sthul Sharir, which is your physical body. It has an absolute integral connection with the first energy center located at the base of the spine, known as the Muladhara chakra. This chakra has 2 entirely different possibilities. Its first potentiality is a natural biological one given to us by birth, and that is the sex urge. For 99% of humanity, thoughts, dreams, and actions revolve entirely around this first center, because nature requires reproduction for the continuity of the species. But this center has a second, higher potentiality that can only be unlocked through deep meditation, and that is brahmacharya, or absolute celibacy. Sex is the descending flow of this energy toward the body and the other, while brahmacharya is the ascending flow of the very same energy toward the soul and the self. The biggest obstacle on the path of a seeker at this first center is the tendency to fight with sex, to suppress it. Society has taught you to condemn this energy, but suppression is an absolute barrier to transformation. You can never transform an energy that you are constantly fighting with. Transformation happens only through deep sensitivity and understanding. If you become totally aware of your sexual desires, if you observe the sex act as a silent witness without any guilt or condemnation, the alchemy of awareness begins to operate, and sex naturally matures into brahmacharya. Beyond the physical lies the second layer, the bhava sharir, or the etheric body, which is connected to the second center, the swadhisthana chakra. This etheric body is like condensed smoke. You can pass through it without any physical hindrance, but it is not transparent from the outside. The natural primary qualities of this center are fear, hate, anger, and violence. Nature gave you these qualities for your physical survival. Fear protects you from danger, anger helps you fight, and violence allows you to defend yourself. But if you stop here, you remain an animal. The second center also hides the opposite, transformed qualities: love, compassion, fearlessness, and forgiveness. Here too, the moralists make the terrible mistake of suppressing fear or covering violence with a false mantle of non-violence. If you are angry, accept it. If you are fearful, investigate it fully. Anger is merely one side of a coin, and forgiveness is the other side. They are organically joined. If you hide the coin in the dark out of shame, you will never be able to look at the other side. By fully experiencing and understanding your anger, the coin naturally turns over, and the very same energy becomes forgiveness. Fear turns into absolute fearlessness, and violence dissolves into pure compassion. The third layer is the Sukshma Sharir, or the astral body, which develops naturally between the ages of 14 and 21 and is connected to the third center, the Manipur chakra. The primary characteristics of this astral body are thinking, intellect, and doubt. Doubt is a natural function of the mind, but if it is repressed out of fear of skepticism, you fall into a state of blind, superstitious faith. A belief born out of suppressed doubt is a cancerous growth. It destroys your inner vitality. Tantra says, do not suppress doubt, go along with it, live it through completely. When you pass through the most subtle processes of thinking and doubting, a moment comes when your doubt begins to doubt even itself. When doubt commits suicide through its own ultimate extremity, authentic trust or shraddha is born. Out of this complete thought process comes Vivek, the open-eyed power of clear-cut discrimination. You step out of the chaotic wheel of endless thoughts and attain a silent clarity that can make ultimate decisions. The fourth layer is the Manas Sharir, the mental or psychic body, which is connected to the fourth center, the Anahat Chakra. This psychic plane is a realm of magnificent wonders and immense hazards. Its natural, unconscious qualities are imagination and dreaming. The mind is constantly daydreaming and projecting images. But if this center is developed through meditation, imagination is transformed into will, into an unyielding determination, and dreaming is transformed into authentic psychic vision or clairvoyance. A man who unlocks the potential of his fourth body can see through solid walls, read the thoughts of another person without asking, or project his own vital energy across thousands of miles. The limitations of time and space begin to loosen on this plane. This fourth body is the last home for the mind. Beyond this, the world of the no-mind begins. Because the fourth body is so subtle and completely subjective, it is the original source of all spiritual deceptions. You can easily imagine that your Kundalini has awakened. You can dream that you are traveling outside your body, and because there is no external witness, you can deceive yourself and others completely. The only touchstone to verify the authenticity of your fourth body experience is your outward behavior. The moment the energy truly awakens on this plane, your personality undergoes a radical transformation. All your violent urges disappear completely. You can no longer take any intoxicants, and the moral vows of innocence become your natural way of existing. If you wish to study the intricate traps of this fourth body and explore how to safely navigate these psychic centers, you can check out our collection of spiritual ebooks by clicking the link available in the description below, which are designed to safeguard your inward journey. To understand the evolutionary ladder of these inner bodies, we must look at the beautiful ancient parables of the incarnations in the Puranas. They are not merely mythological stories. They are a profound, symbolic description of how human consciousness evolves through these 7 layers. The first incarnation is depicted not as a man, but as Matsya Avatar, a fish. This is a rare scientific insight, because science also admits today that life originated first in the water in the form of a fish. The fish represents the primal, completely unconscious state of the first body, rooted entirely in the ocean of nature. The second incarnation is Kurma, the tortoise, a creature that belongs both to the water and the land. This represents the transition from the first body to the second, the etheric body, where consciousness is no longer completely fluid like water, but is beginning to touch the solid ground of individual emotion. The next incarnation is Varaha, the boar, a completely land-based animal, signifying the aggressive, assertive energy of the third astral body. And the most beautiful of all is Narsin Avatar, the incarnation that is half man and half animal. This is the missing link that science is still searching for. Narsingh represents the exact borderline of the fourth body, where consciousness is standing on the threshold of humanity, torn between its animal past and its divine future. It is a state of intense, chaotic tension, a psychodrama where the animal is dying and the human is being born. When you enter into the fifth layer, the Atma Sharir, which is the spiritual body, you cross the boundary of all dualities. This fifth body is connected to the Vishuddhi Chakra, located in the throat. Up to the fourth body, every center was split into two opposite possibilities. And the difference between male and female gender persisted. But the fifth body is completely non-dual. It has only one dimension, and that is absolute wakefulness. An individual who enters the fifth body is completely rid of all unconscious sleep. Even when his physical body is fast asleep at night, a silent light of awareness remains continuously awake within him. He knows himself completely. The lifelong anxious quest for who am I comes to an ultimate end on this plane. The ego dies completely on the fifth plane, but a subtle sense of I amness, of being, still persists. This spiritual body is the richest, most blissful peak a human being can reach. The thorns of life are lost completely, and only the magnificent flower of the self remains. But this unequal bliss is also the greatest obstacle for further progress. It is so fulfilling, so ecstatic, that a seeker can easily get lost in it and refuse to move any further. He may think that he has reached the ultimate destination. To transcend this fifth body and move toward the cosmic expanse, you must not get immersed in this bliss. You must stand outside of it and become a witness to bliss itself, remembering that as long as there is an experience, the ultimate end has not been reached. If you feel a deep gratitude for these profound insights into the inner bodies and wish to support our spiritual fellowship so that this light may expand to more seeking souls, you can click on the join button on your screen to become an active member of our community. Beyond the spiritual body lies the sixth layer, the Brahma Sharir, which is the cosmic body, connected to the Agya Chakra located between the two eyebrows. When a seeker is ready to transcend even his spiritual individuality, when he is willing to lose his I amness, he enters the cosmic body. In the fifth body, the ego dies, but the being remains. In the sixth body, even the being is lost, only isness remains. There is no longer any separate consciousness. It is only consciousness itself, free of any limitations, beginningless and endless. The seeker can declare with absolute authority, Aham Brahmasmi, I am the cosmic reality. He has become one with the ocean. But even here, the journey is not complete, because the cosmic body is the experience of absolute being, but non-being has yet to be known. Existence is known, but the void, the nothingness, has yet to be realized. The absolute being is the final barrier for the seeker. Because the room has become so enormous, so infinite, there seems to be nowhere else to go. To take the very last jump, you must be ready to lose even this cosmic existence and leap into the seventh layer, the Nirvana Sharir, which is the nirvanic body, the bodiless body connected to the Sahasrar chakra at the top of the head. This seventh plane is total non-being, the absolute void where the flame dies out completely. You cannot say where the flame has gone. It has simply ceased to be. In this ultimate state, both being and non-being, light and darkness, life and death are realized together as one whole. To experience these seven bodies authentically, you must learn to look at your physical body from within, not from without. The body that you see in the mirror or that a physician examines in a laboratory is an objective public property. It is a gross mask. But when you close your eyes and feel your body from the inside, you come into contact with a private, subjective reality that cannot be shared with anyone. In different emotional states, this inner feeling of the body changes completely. When you are filled with hatred or anger, you feel an inner ugliness, a heavy tension inside your limbs. But when you are in a deep state of love, your inner feeling is one of supreme beauty and weightlessness. If you can become aware of your physical body from within moment to moment, the door to the second etheric body opens automatically. You find yourself standing in between the two, inside the first body and outside the second. This second etheric body is highly suggestible. It is the very body that is put to work during hypnosis. 75% of all human diseases originate first in the etheric body through false suggestions and then spread to the physical body. When a hypnotist puts a person into a deep trance, he is putting his etheric body to sleep. If he suggests to the person that he has gone blind, the person actually goes blind, even though his physical eyes are perfectly healthy. The suggestion goes straight to the etheric mind, and the life force stops reaching the physical eyes. The pain of childbirth is not a physical pain. It belongs entirely to the suggestions embedded in the etheric body. If a pregnant woman is put under deep hypnosis and given the suggestion that there will be no pain during delivery, she gives birth to the child completely painlessly. If you wish to experience your etheric body apart from the physical, you need only to create a total wish, a complete willpower within your mind. If you wish totally to go outside of your physical body, you will instantly find yourself outside of it, looking at your own physical form as an object. For the etheric body, there is no gravitational pull. The wish itself is the fulfillment. But I must warn you with all the emphasis at my command. Do not experiment with techniques of looking upward or moving into the higher bodies before you have completely crossed the lower ones from the very beginning. There are many fake teachers who teach advanced techniques of the third eye or the higher bodies to people who have not even entered their physical body from within. This is extremely dangerous. It creates a deep split, a complete disharmony in your energy system. One part of your energy remains clinging to the physical body, another part moves into the etheric, and a third part tries to go upward. You become a house divided against itself. You become completely schizophrenic. You lose your center entirely, and every fragment of your personality begins to claim ownership of the house. When sex is there, sex becomes the absolute master, denying your morality and religion completely. And when sex is gone, your reason takes charge, condemning sex and vowing never to indulge again. You become like a house where the master is permanently asleep or absent, and every servant claims to be the owner whenever a knock is heard at the door. To avoid this split, you must always begin from the first step, from the physical body. If you have worked through the lower bodies in your past lives, you will pass through them again within a single moment. You will recognize the territory instantly and move ahead safely. This difference between the paths of spiritual growth brings us to the fundamental conflict between traditional yoga and tantra. Yoga is the path of the warrior. It is based on negation, on struggle, on conflict. Yoga says that what you are and what you can be are two opposite, contradictory things. You must suppress your natural instincts. You must fight with your desires. You must kill your body so that the spirit can be born. In the eyes of Tantra, this traditional yoga is a slow spiritual suicide. You are fighting with your own vital energy, and no one can ever win a fight against himself. One moment you think you have controlled your anger, and the next moment it explodes with greater violence. This constant struggle only strengthens the ego, because the more you fight, the more your ego feels I am the controller, I am the conqueror. A victorious yogi is often filled with a supreme crystallized ego. Tantra is the path of total affirmation, of absolute acceptance. Tantra says that whatsoever you are, the ultimate reality is not opposite to it. There is no gap, no opposition between you and existence. You do not have to fight with your nature, you have to accept it totally and use it as a stepping stone. Energy is neutral, it is neither good nor bad. The name is given by the door through which it flows. When life energy flows downward through the biological door, it is sex. When the very same energy flows upward through the divine door, it becomes samadhi or enlightenment. Tantra does not say to suppress sex. It says to move into sex with full consciousness, with deep awareness. When you enter into the sex act consciously as a silent witness, you transcend it. The compulsion is lost, the mechanical urge is gone, and you realize that you are separate from the body. Sex is transformed into love, and love flowers into prayer, and prayer deepens into total oneness. If you feel this liberating truth of Tantra expanding your consciousness and wish to make a voluntary offering to sustain this spiritual transmission, you can use the Super Thanks button to share your blessing with us, allowing this light to reach more seeking hearts across the world. This tantric purity is completely misunderstood by the so-called moralists, because for them, purity means goodness as opposed to badness. They divide life into dualities, and they tell you to choose the good and destroy the bad. But Tantra says that to divide is the only impurity, and to live in non-division is pure innocence. A child is pure not because he has no anger or greed, but because he is completely unaware of any division. When he gets angry, he becomes anger itself. His act is total and spontaneous. When the anger passes, it leaves no trace behind in his memory. He is fresh and innocent again. The moralists teach you to suppress your anger, to wear a false smile on your face. And this suppressed anger turns into a toxic poison within your unconscious mind. You become a hypocrite. The whole world has become hypocritical because of these dividing religions. They teach you to do impossible things, and when you fail, you feel deeply guilty and sinful. This guilt is the very foundation upon which their churches and temples are built. Tantra accepts you in your wholeness as an organic unity. You cannot separate your love from your hatred, just as you cannot separate your incoming breath from your outgoing breath. They are two waves of the same movement. If you are not allowed to breathe out, you cannot breathe in. If you are not allowed to hate, your love will be nothing but a dead, superficial formality. Tantra believes in your inherent natural goodness. It does not ask you to first become a saint before you can meditate. It says that meditation is the medicine for your ill-disturbed mind. If a doctor says to a feverish patient, "First bring down your fever and become healthy, only then will I give you the medicine," you will call him mad. But this is what your priests have been doing for centuries. They say, "First leave your sex, first leave your anger, only then can you meditate." Tantra says, "Come as you are, wherever you are. Accept your anger, accept your sexuality, accept your greed, and bring the light of awareness into them." When the mud of your natural energy is accepted fully and exposed to the sun of awareness, it naturally transforms into a beautiful lotus flower. This is why the ancient masters carved magnificent Maithun or sexual intercourse sculptures on the outer walls of the temples of Khajuraho, Konark, and Puri. To the modern, sophisticated mind, which has been deeply poisoned by puritanical concepts, this seems absolutely shocking and contradictory. How can sex have a place on a holy temple? But the masters of Tantra were saying that everything is holy, that nothing is unholy in this universe. They place sex on the outer walls of the temple to tell the seeker, "Approach sex as if you are entering a holy temple. Let it not be a hidden, guilty, mechanical release in the dark. Let it be a sacred prayer, a deep meditation." When you look at those sculptures, the outer world of sex and the inner world of the divine are conjoined in your consciousness. You realize that they are not enemies, but polar opposites helping each other to complete the cosmic circle. If you can transcend your judgments and look at life with this non-dual vision, you will drop all your defense mechanisms and find yourself standing at the very center of your being. This center is what we must find, and to find it, we must turn our attention from the objects of our seeking to the receiver within. The mind is a mechanism of endless questioning and desiring. It can only live in the past or in the future. It cannot exist in the present moment because there is no space for it to move. When you are here and now, in the immediate present, the mind stops completely. It is no more. And your being here and now is the ultimate truth. It is the only freedom. The ancient science of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra gives us 112 specific techniques to bring the mind back to this eternal now. These techniques do not belong to any religion or sect. They are pure scientific methodology for the transformation of consciousness. They do not require any belief or dogma. They only require a daringness to experiment. We will enter into these techniques one by one, and if you play with them with an open, vulnerable mind, the right technique will click with your personality immediately. Something will explode within you, and you will know for certain that you have found your door to the divine. The first 9 techniques of Shiva are deeply concerned with the mechanism of breathing, because breathing is the constant, uninterrupted bridge between your physical body and your soul. Everything else changes from birth to death. Your age, your health, your wealth, your relationships. But breathing remains a continuous flow. It is also the bridge between your individual being and the vast universe. We are normally aware only of the gross, material part of breathing, the air that we pull in and out. But Tantra says that air is merely the container, the vehicle, and inside it moves a subtle, non-material content which we call prana, the vital elan, vital of existence. When you are focused at your inner centers, you can feel this intangible essence of breath running through your system. And by becoming aware of specific subtle points within this breathing process, you can easily turn your consciousness inward and transcend the matrix of time and space completely. Let us listen to the first technique of Shiva. Radiant One, this experience may dawn between 2 breaths. After breath comes in down, and just before turning up, the beneficence. This looks exceedingly simple, but it is one of the most profound methods ever revealed to mankind. It is the very technique through which Gautam Buddha attained his ultimate enlightenment, known in Buddhist traditions as Anapanasati Yoga. Shiva says, when your breath comes in, follow it with your awareness fully. Do not go ahead of it. Do not lag behind like a shadow. Move simultaneously with the breath. Let your consciousness and the breath become one continuous flow. As the breath reaches deep down into your body, a moment comes, 1,000th part of a second, where the breathing stops completely before it turns outward. In that tiny microscopic interval, you are not breathing. And when you are not breathing, you are out of the material world. You are dead to the horizontal line of time. If you can catch that point of stoppage with your total awareness, you are suddenly thrown into your center. You realize your true unembodied existence, free from all body and mind. The second technique is a slight modification. As breath turns from down to up and again as breath curves from up to down through both these turns, realize here the emphasis is not on the gap of stoppage, but on the very turning point of the breath. The incoming breath and the outgoing breath are not two parallel lines. They are two halves of one complete circle. To turn from down to up, the breath must pass through a neutral gear, a territory where it is neither moving in nor moving out. This neutral gear is a turning point where the physical mechanism of your body and the mental mechanism of your mind are temporarily disjoined from your consciousness. The car is running, the power is on, but it is not in gear, so it cannot move. In that turning territory, you are neither body nor mind. You simply are. If you can observe this turn with absolute wordless attention, without any inner chatter, you will realize the self instantly. The third technique says, or whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. The breath always moves from your center and returns to your center. That center is located near your navel, which the Japanese call the hara. A newly born child always breathes from his abdomen. His navel moves up and down while his chest remains completely unaffected because he is centered in his hara. He is total in everything he does. His energy is overflowing and he lives entirely in the present moment. But as we grow up, society teaches us to suppress our emotions and our sexuality. Because we are afraid of being vulnerable, we make our breathing shallow. It never goes down to the navel, it just touches the chest and goes back. We live off-center, fragmented and deadened. Shiva says, take deep, natural breaths so that the incoming and outgoing breaths fuse perfectly at the center of your hara. At that fusion point, where the breath is completely static, you touch the center, which is energy-less, because your material body cannot feed it, and yet energy-filled, because it is connected directly with the cosmic source of existence. The fourth technique is for moments of sudden crisis, or when breath is all out, up and stopped of itself, or all in, down and stopped in such universal pause, one's small self vanishes. This is difficult only for the impure. When you are driving a car and suddenly an accident is imminent, your breathing stops automatically. If it is out, it remains out. If it is in, it remains in. In that intense emergency, you cannot afford to breathe. Your small self, your name, your past, your prestige, everything evaporates instantly. There is a universal pause. Zen masters have used this technique for centuries by doing completely unexpected, absurd things to their disciples. A master will suddenly slap a disciple or throw him out of the window without any rhyme or reason. The logical mind of the disciple cannot comprehend it. It stops completely, and with the stoppage of the mind, the breath stops. A sudden gap is created, and if the disciple knows how to be a witness in that pause, he attains Buddhahood instantly. For a pure mind, a mind that has no desires or motives, this pause happens naturally without any external crisis. When you sit silently, innocently, without any seeking, the breath stops of itself and the small self vanishes into nothingness. To practice these techniques successfully, you must not turn them into an intellectual study. The mind will always try to convince you that they are too simple to be true or too difficult to be performed, just to keep you from ever experimenting. Forget all your past knowledge, drop all your theories, and simply play with these methods. Choose one technique and practice it with total silent attention for 3 days. If you feel a deep affinity with it, if a strange well-being surrounds you and something clicks within your heart, then stay with it intensely for 3 months. Squeeze your whole life force into it, and a magnificent explosion is certain to happen. The treasure is already inside you, waiting to be uncovered. You need only the courage to drop your masks and take the vertical leap into the eternal whole. This absolute pause, where the mind stops and the breath remains suspended, is the very threshold where you must remain alert. Because the fourth body, the mental or psychic body, is the last stronghold of your mechanical mind. And if you do not understand its subtle deceptions, you will easily turn your inner spiritual path into a massive hallucination. In the fourth body, the mind becomes incredibly powerful and crystal clear because it has reached its original source, its final peak, before it must dissolve into the no-mind state of the fifth body. Because it is completely unhindered by any material boundaries on this plane, your mind is totally free to create anything it wishes. If you desire to see a particular god, a particular guru, or an angel, the fourth body will instantly project that image before you with such vivid clarity, such immense reality, that it will appear 1,000 times more real than the physical world surrounding you right now. You can touch the image, you can smell its unique fragrance, you can hear its celestial voice, and you will be deeply tempted to believe that you have reached the ultimate destination. But this is the final trap of the mind. It is nothing but a magnificent dream created by your own hidden expectations. If you are not a completely detached witness on this plane, your imagination will become your reality, and you will go on playing an egoistic game of spiritual achievement within your own private universe. If this deep mechanics of the inner mind touches your heart and awakens a sincere desire to understand your own reality-bending potential, take a moment to subscribe to this channel. Leave an honest reflection in the comments section below, and share this transmission with other seeking souls on the path. We must share this light with as many people as possible, because a world trapped in superficial definitions can never be truly free. When you share this insight, when you write your understanding in the comments, you are not merely performing a casual action. You are helping to create a healthy, spiritual vibe that can ripple across the global network. To transcend the deceptive creations of the fourth body, you must understand the basic difference between the horizontal wall and the vertical wall of human consciousness. The first four bodies, the physical, the etheric, the astral, and the mental, are all concerned with one horizontal plane of existence. The transition from the first body to the second, or from the second to the third, is a horizontal movement. It is like moving from one room to another on the same ground floor. But the movement from the fourth body to the fifth, the spiritual body, is not horizontal. It is a vertical jump. It is a movement from a lower plane to a higher plane. Our ordinary way of looking at life is completely horizontal. We look from side to side. We look at past and future. We look at our relationships and possessions. We never look up or down, because the mind naturally flows downward like water. Traditional yoga has always been a constant effort to turn this downward flow into an upward movement of fire. Water has never been made the symbol of any spiritual system, because its intrinsic, unalterable nature is to flow downward toward the lowest point. Fire has been chosen by all ancient mystics as the supreme symbol of spiritual transformation, because fire always goes upward. It can never be forced to flow downward. To cross the vertical wall between the fourth body and the fifth body, your consciousness must become like a flaming fire, moving upward against the gravitational pull of your past conditioning. This is why in deep meditation the eyes must look upward toward the Ajna chakra, the center located exactly between the two eyebrows. Our vision is completely associated with our physical eyes, and because our eyes are naturally conditioned to look downward toward the material world and the sex center, our vital energy continues to dissipate outwardly. By closing your eyes and directing your inner gaze upward toward the third eye, you change the entire direction of your energy flow. When the two eyes look upward toward this mysterious point, a tremendous fire is created at the center of your forehead. You will feel an intense burning sensation there, as if your whole being is passing through a fiery furnace. This burning is essential because the lower mechanical identity must be completely burnt to ashes so that the upper spiritual being can be born. This is the real meaning of passing through fire, a transformation through absolute heat. Because this burning sensation can become very intense and unbearable for the beginner, the ancient seers in India developed subtle material aids to help the meditator remember his upward focus without being overwhelmed by the heat. They began using chandan or sandalwood paste on the forehead at the exact spot of the third eye. Sandalwood paste is not only deeply cool in its physical properties, but it also carries a very delicate, subtle perfume that has an integral connection with the third body and the transcendence of it. When this cool paste is placed on your forehead, its delicate touch and refreshing coolness act as an upward magnet for your attention. Even when your eyes are closed and you are moving in your daily life, the cool sensation on your forehead will continuously remind your consciousness to flow upward toward the Ajna chakra. For the very same reason, a color mark, a tilak, was used on the foreheads of married women and sannyasins. A virgin child is naturally conditioned to look downward toward the sex center because her biological energy is preparing for reproduction. But the moment she is married, she must be reminded that sex is not the end. It must be transformed into something beyond sexuality. The tilak mark on her forehead becomes a constant outer reminder of her inner third eye, an invitation to turn her gaze upward toward the divine. If you wish to participate deeply in this spiritual work, supporting the expansion of these insights so that we can collectively break the heavy matrix of conditioning, you can click on the official interface join button to become a member of our spiritual fellowship, or you can offer a contribution of gratitude through super thanks, or explore our collection of spiritual e-books designed to safeguard your inward journey from these subtle traps of the mind. Contributions such as these are not commercial transactions. They are a sacred means of sharing your vital energy to ensure that this stream of truth can continue to flow unconditionally to all who are thirsty. When you support this work, you help to crystallize a proper spiritual energy field in the world. The fifth body is the peak of your individuality, the richest crystallization of the ego, what Gurdjieff called the absolute state of crystallization. On this plane, there are no longer any servants claiming ownership of the house. The master has awakened and taken charge, and all the chaotic thoughts of the mind have subsided into a deep, beautiful silence. But if this crystallization is achieved through a false, shortcut process, through the accumulation of political power, worldly riches, or aggressive dictatorship, it becomes a terrible disease. A Hitler or a Mussolini is also crystallized in his ego, but his crystallization has happened in the fifth body without the transcendence of the first four lower bodies. It is an abnormal growth, a cancerous corn formed on the soul, a false crystallization that creates an absolute inner hell. A Buddha or a Mahavira is also crystallized, but his crystallization is a natural flowering that has grown sequentially through the purification and transcendence of all the lower layers. To achieve this natural crystallization, modern man faces a unique difficulty that never existed in the past. Modern man is a completely new phenomenon. His physical body and his mental structure have changed radically from the times of Patanjali or Buddha. The whole atmosphere around us has become absolutely artificial. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, and the conditions in which we develop are all drugged with chemical artificiality. In the ancient days, Hatha yogis were absolutely forbidden from taking any medicine or chemicals, because any chemical change in the body makes the subtle spiritual methods not only difficult but deeply harmful. Today you are born in artificiality, you are raised in artificiality, and your mind has been thoroughly monopolized by a single center, the brain. In the days of Patanjali, the center of the human personality was not the brain. It was located near the navel, at the very roots of your vital energy. Hatha Yoga developed its systematic methods for people whose consciousness was rooted in the navel. Later on, during the Middle Ages, the center of the human personality shifted higher up from the navel to the heart. It was during this period that Bhakti Yoga, the way of devotion and emotional prayer, became the most suitable path. because man was living in his heart. But today, the center has gone even further away from the roots. It has monopolized the brain completely, because modern man lives entirely in his head. His whole life has become an accumulation of verbal knowledge, an endless process of logic, calculation, and intellectualization. That is why the teachings of philosophers who say that you only need an intellectual understanding can easily appeal to you, because your brain feels comfortable with them. But an intellectual understanding changes nothing. It remains just a verbal accumulation in your memory, while your real being stays in the same dark, miserable state. To shatter this monopoly of the brain, systematic traditional methods cannot be of much help today. If you try to practice a systematic mathematical method of meditation, your brain will immediately use that method as its own instrument. It will systemize it, calculate it, and turn it into a dead routine to strengthen its own egoistic power. That is why I use chaotic methods rather than systematic ones. A chaotic method like dynamic meditation is absolutely essential for the modern mind, because chaos is the only thing that the brain cannot calculate, cannot systemize. The method is deliberately made so chaotic, so unscientific, so mad, that the brain becomes completely non-functional. It doesn't know what to do with it. When you do my chaotic meditation with your total intensity, breathing chaotically, screaming, jumping, and letting go of all control, the brain stops working because it has no ready-made program for chaos. And the moment the brain stops working, the center of consciousness is forcibly pushed down from the head to the heart. Then a deep catharsis happens. Your heart has been heavily suppressed and burdened for centuries because of the monopoly of the brain. You have never laughed heartily. You have never cried heartily. You have never lived heartily. Everything has been made mathematical and polite by the head. This chaotic catharsis unburdens your heart completely, throws off all suppressed miseries and neuroses, and makes it light and open like a flower. And once the heart becomes unburdened and light, the center of consciousness is pushed even lower down. It returns to its original roots at the navel. The navel is the very source of your vitality, the seed source from which everything else has come. Your physical body, your mind, and your whole psychic energy. Not unless your consciousness returns back to its roots at the navel can a true transformation happen. Whenever you are in a state of sudden chaos, the brain immediately loses its control, and the energy rushes back to the navel. Think of a moment when you are driving a car at high speed, and suddenly someone runs in front of you on the road. In that split second, you do not think intellectually about what to do. The brain has no time to calculate. If the brain starts thinking whether to push the brake or turn the steering wheel, the accident will have already happened. In that sudden emergency, you apply the brake instantly without any thought. And if you observe your body in that moment, you will notice a strange sensation, a deep trembling near your stomach, near your navel. Your consciousness has been forcibly pushed down from the brain to the navel because of the sudden accident. The navel is your survival center, your deepest root of life energy. If you ask a Zen monk in Japan, from where do you think? He will not point to his head, he will put his hands on his stomach. When Western intellectuals met Japanese Zen masters for the first time, they thought this was absolute nonsense. How can a man think from his stomach? But the Zen reply is deeply scientific. Consciousness can use any center of the body, and the brain is the furthest away from the original cosmic source, while the navel is the nearest. If your life energy is moving outward, your brain becomes the master. But if your life energy moves inward, the navel becomes the supreme master of your house. This is the great secret that organized systems do not want you to know. They want you to go on verbalizing, they want you to go on discussing philosophies and dogmas, because as long as your understanding remains intellectual, as long as it is confined to the brain, you will remain a split, tense, and anxious slave. If you know what is right through your head, but your roots at the navel remain unchanged, you will become doubly tense. You will understand what is right, but you won't be able to do it. And then a deep guilt, a profound inferiority complex will destroy your inner peace completely. True understanding must come from the navel, from the very roots of your being. Only then does it become a transforming reality. To bring you to this root understanding, I am constantly creating situations that are completely non-rational, absurd, and unreasonable. If I give you a logical, consistent philosophy, your brain will be highly satisfied. It will put it into its memory and say, "Now I know." But I am not here to give you knowledge. I am here to create a situation where your knowledge is shattered completely. Think of the beautiful parable from the life of Buddha. One morning a man came to him and asked, "I am a deep believer in the supreme reality. Please tell me, is there a God?" Buddha looked at him and said, "Absolutely no, there is no God. There never has been and there never will be. What nonsense are you talking?" The man was completely shattered because his belief was shaken to its very roots. In the afternoon, another man came to Buddha and said, "I am an absolute atheist. I do not believe in God at all. What do you say? Is there a God? Buddha looked at him and said, Yes, only God is. Nothing else exists except Him. This man was completely shattered. Then, in the evening, a third man came to Buddha and said, I am an agnostic. I neither believe nor disbelieve. I do not know. Please tell me, is there a God or not? Buddha did not say a word. He remained completely silent. This third man was also shattered. Ananda, Buddha's chief disciple who was constantly with him, was shattered more than anyone else. In the night, before going to sleep, Ananda caught hold of Buddha and said, You have completely destroyed my peace of mind. I am going mad. In the morning you say there is no God. In the afternoon you say only God is. And in the evening you remain silent. What do you mean by these contradictory and absurd answers? Buddha laughed and said, None of those answers were addressed to you. Why did you listen to them? Those answers were given to the specific persons who asked. The first man was a theist. His belief was just an intellectual screen to hide his ignorance. He wanted me to confirm his belief so that he could go on sleeping comfortably. I had to say no to shatter his belief and give him a jolt. The second man was an atheist. His non-belief was also just an intellectual prejudice. I had to say yes to shatter his non-belief. And the third man was an agnostic. He was proud of his intellect because he thought he was balanced without any belief. My silence was meant to shatter his intellectual pride. If these answers have disturbed you, Ananda, it is very good. That is your answer. The mind always seeks a linear, consistent continuity because it is afraid of the unknown, afraid of the non-rational. But truth can never be a logical conclusion. It is an unprecedented explosion that happens only when the continuity of the mind is completely disrupted. A Zen master will look into your eyes and suddenly slap you on your face or push you out of the window when you are asking a deep spiritual question. It looks absolutely crazy and brutal, but it is done out of supreme compassion. When you ask a deep question, your mind is completely prepared for a logical answer. It is running on a track. The sudden slap from the master is so unexpected, so absurd, that your mind stops working instantly. A gap is created. A profound silence takes over your being, and in that silence, that which cannot be conveyed through words is conveyed. It is not an information given from the outside. It is an awakening from within. We are all disturbed already. Our normal state is nothing but a state of habitual disturbance. Because we have lived with our anxieties, our conflicts, and our miseries for lives together, we have become completely identified with them. We have become at ease with our inner diseases. So, when I disturb you through these absurd situations, I am really disturbing your disturbances. I am negating your inner madness. And when a disturbance is negated by another disturbance, a profound calm takes over your being for the very first time. You become still. This stillness cannot be described by any word, but to give you a pointer, to give you a metaphorical indication, the ancient seers used three magnificent words. Sat Chit Anand. They mean existence, consciousness, and bliss. This is not the reality itself, because the reality is frontierless and cannot be defined by any concept. It is merely the ultimate boundary from which you can take the final jump into the expressible void. Sat means pure existence, pure isness, where you are no longer identified with any form, any mask, or any name. You just are. Chit means pure, undirected consciousness, not consciousness about something. Because an objective consciousness is always limited by the object. It is a pure, infinite awareness that has no object to bound it. And Anand means pure bliss, not happiness, because happiness always depends on an opposite state of unhappiness. It carries a deep tension within it. Bliss is a state of absolute transcendence where both joy and sorrow have been left far behind. Joy has height but no depth, and sorrow has depth but no peak. Bliss has both the magnificent height of joy and the deep abysmal depth of sorrow. It is the exact midpoint between the two polar extremes. And because it is the exact midpoint, it transcends both completely. But the mind is so cunning that the moment it learns about Satchitanand, it turns these words into a future goal to be desired. It begins to ask and demand bliss. It begins to seek Sat Chit Anand as a destination. And the moment you turn the ultimate into a desire, you are back in the horizontal loop of time, back in the matrix of becoming. Then fake gurus will appear immediately in the market to supply your nonsensical demand with absurd techniques and mantras. They will sell you bliss, they will sell you Kundalini awakening for a few rupees, and you will be completely tricked. Remember, the ultimate reality is not a goal to be achieved in the future. It is already the case, right here, right now. It is your closest neighbor, it follows you like a shadow. But because your eyes are focused on the far-off horizon of your desires, you go on missing it. Stop all seeking, drop all desires, and simply be aware of what is. As Lao Tzu said, seek and you will lose. Do not seek and find. The moment your mind enters this state of non-seeking, the explosion happens on its own, and you are free forever. When you look at this universal sound of Om or Amen, echoing across the structures of human institutions, you can see how the matrix always attempts to capture a cosmic truth and turn it into a dead ritual. This is because a real living truth is inherently wild. It cannot be managed or institutionalized by the priests and the rulers of the world. They build great schools, heavy cathedrals, and magnificent temples to trap your consciousness on the outside, completely obscuring the multi-layered simulation of your inner bodies. To truly bend your reality and escape this opaque cage, you must understand that your physical envelope is merely the first, most superficial layer of a deeply complex 7-storied house. Underneath this material shell lie hidden the subtle bodies and the 7 chakras, which act as two-sided thresholds where your raw, dormant energies can either remain stuck in animal-like patterns or be completely transformed into divine potentials. If you feel this hidden map of reality resonating within your soul and wish to ground these insights into your immediate existence, you can take a silent moment to write your reflections in the comment section below, sharing your unique experiences with our spiritual community so that we can collectively manifest this light in the world. Let us look closely at the raw biology of your energy system, beginning with the first layer, the Sthul Sharir, which is your physical body. This physical envelope is integrally connected with the first energy center located at the base of the spine, known as the Muladhara Chakra. The Muladhara Chakra, this center holds the very foundation of your vital energy, and it has 2 entirely different aspects. The first is the natural biological aspect given to you by birth, and that is the sex urge. For the vast majority of humanity, life never moves beyond this first center. Their thoughts, their ambitions, their anxieties, and their pleasures revolve entirely around the raw mechanics of sex. But this center also holds a second higher potentiality that can only be unlocked through deep awareness, and that is brahmacharya or absolute celibacy. Sex is the descending flow of your vital energy moving outward toward the other, while brahmacharya is the ascending flow of the very same energy moving inward toward the self. The greatest mistake made by the moralists and the so-called saints is that they teach you to fight with this sex center, to suppress it out of a deep sense of guilt and sin. But suppression is an absolute barrier to your conscious evolution. When you fight with an energy, you are fighting with yourself, and this inner conflict only makes your ego more rigid, more unyielding. Tantra says that sex is not evil or bad. It is simply your natural energy in its raw, unmanifested form. If you approach the sex act with a deeply meditative mind, if you become a silent witness to your own desires without any judgment or condemnation, the energy naturally begins to change its direction. It ceases to be a mechanical release in the dark and begins to flow upward toward the soul. When this vital energy climbs higher, it enters the second layer, the Bhava Sharir, or the etheric body, which is connected to the second center, the Swadhisthana chakra. This etheric body is like condensed smoke. It is the very plane that becomes active during deep hypnosis. The natural unconscious qualities of this second center are fear, hate, anger, and violence. Nature gave you these qualities for your physical survival in the wild. Fear protects you from danger, anger prepares your body to fight, and violence allows you to defend your life against enemies. But if you stagnate at this level, you remain a subhuman animal. The Swadhisthana chakra also holds the opposite, transformed potentials: love, compassion, fearlessness, and absolute forgiveness. Here too, our civilized education teaches us to suppress fear and cover our violence with a beautiful false mantle of politeness and non-violence. But a suppressed anger does not disappear. It simply sinks into the depths of your unconscious mind, turning into a toxic poison that makes you permanently irritable, malicious, and hypocritical. Tantra says that anger is not your enemy. It is compassion in its seed form. If you fully accept your anger, if you experience it in its total facticity without any resistance, you will naturally become curious to look at the other side of the coin. The moment the coin turns over through the light of your awareness, the very same energy that was anger becomes absolute forgiveness, and your inner violence dissolves into pure, overflowing compassion. The third layer is the Sukshma Sharir, or the astral body, which is connected to the third center, the Manipur chakra. The primary qualities of this astral plane are thinking, intellect, and doubt. Doubt is a completely natural function of the human mind, but because society is terrified of skepticism, it forces you to suppress your doubts and accept dead beliefs blindly. But a belief born out of suppressed doubt is a cancerous growth on your consciousness. It keeps you permanently insecure and anxious. Tantra says, do not suppress your doubt, Go along with it completely. Let your intellect become as sharp and penetrating as a sword. When you pass through the most subtle processes of thinking and doubting with absolute awareness, a magnificent moment comes where your doubt begins to doubt even itself. When doubt commits suicide through its own ultimate extremity, authentic trust or shraddha is born within your heart. This trust is not a blind belief forced upon you from the outside. It is a spontaneous flowering of your inner clarity. Out of this total thought process comes Vivek, the open-eyed power of clear discrimination. You step out of the chaotic, repetitive wheel of endless thoughts and attain a silent, centered state of mind that can make ultimate decisions in the immediate present. If you feel this inner clarity dissolving your confusion and wish to express your deep gratitude for this spiritual transmission, you can use the official interface join button to become a member of our spiritual fellowship. Or you can offer a voluntary contribution through super thanks to support our work, helping us channelize these insights unconditionally to all seeking souls across the world. To bridge the horizontal world of your mind with the vertical world of your spirit, you must understand the vital role of your physical body and your breath as the primary instruments for this entire journey. The breath is the only continuous mechanism that connects your gross material envelope with the formless reality of your soul. It is the dynamic bridge between the known and the unknown. When you breathe in a deep, fast, and completely chaotic manner, you are not merely pulling air into your lungs, you are creating a tremendous internal storm that hammers the dormant energy pool of your Kundalini at its very roots. This chaotic hammering is absolutely essential for modern man because your brain has completely monopolized your consciousness. You live entirely in your head, stuffed with dead words, logic, and intellectual calculations, completely cut off from the living currents of existence. This monopoly of the brain makes you a split, anxious slave. A chaotic catharsis is the only weapon that can shatter this mental prison, because the brain cannot calculate or systemize chaos. When you breathe with total intensity, letting your body shake, tremble, and dance like a tempest, the mechanical mind stops working instantly. The energy is forced to leave the head and rush back to its original roots at the navel center, the hara, which is the very source of your vital life force. When your consciousness returns to the navel through this intense chaotic breathing, all your suppressed complexes and emotional blocks begin to loosen up and dissolve completely. Your body becomes as light as a flower, free from the heavy hidden burdens of your past conditioning. If you wish to protect and guide your inward journey, through these volatile psychic layers of your being, you can click on the link available in the description below to explore our collection of spiritual ebooks, which are carefully crafted to safeguard your independent awakening from the deceptions of the mind. Contributions and investments in these inner tools are essential methods of spiritual gratitude that help keep the stream of truth alive in a deeply materialistic world. Once your body is unburdened of its past armor, you can easily shift your attention from the gross vehicle of the breath to its intangible essence, the invisible prana that flows through the universe. By becoming a silent witness to the subtle points within your breathing process, the microscopic gaps of absolute stoppage between the incoming and outgoing breaths, the horizontal line of time is broken entirely. You fall into the vertical dimension of eternity, into the ultimate void where the small mechanical self vanishes and you are reborn anew into everlasting life. This invisible essence of breath, this immaterial prana that flows silently through the container of air, is the ultimate secret thread that holds your entire simulation together. You have been breathing from the very moment of your birth to this very moment, and you will continue to breathe until the final moment of your physical death. Everything else in your world changes continuously. Your physical body grows old and ugly. Your thoughts alter from one day to the next. Your relationships shift and break, and your worldly wealth comes and goes. But amidst this constant flux, breathing remains the one permanent, uninterrupted mechanism of your existence. It is the cosmic bridge that nature has built between your physical body and your unembodied soul. Because this bridge is so obvious, because it is so near to you that there is no space between you and your breathing, you have completely forgotten to observe it. You look at the distant stars, you probe into outer space, but you remain absolutely ignorant of the nearest door through which you can enter into a totally different dimension of consciousness. If you can learn the secret art of becoming aware of the subtle, silent points within your breathing process, the heavy walls of your mental prison will drop all at once. This is not an intellectual philosophy. It is a pure existential science. You do not have to change your breathing or practice any artificial rhythmic style of pranayama. You have only to take your breath exactly as it is and bring the sharp light of your awareness to its inner turnings. When your breath comes in, let your consciousness move deep down into the body simultaneously with it. Do not go ahead of the breath, and do not lag behind it like a shadow. Let your awareness and the incoming breath become one single unified current of vital energy. As the breath reaches its furthest downward point, deep near your navel center, a magnificent phenomenon happens that you have never observed. For a microscopic moment, a thousandth part of a second, the breathing stops completely of its own accord before it turns upward to move out. In that tiny silent gap, there is no breathing. And when there is no breathing, you are temporarily out of the material world. You are dead to your past conditioning, dead to your small identity, dead to the horizontal matrix of time. If you can catch that point of total stillness with your inner awareness, Shiva says that the supreme beneficence dawns upon your being. You realize that you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are simply a pure, unembodied existence. This is the very method through which Gautam Buddha attained his ultimate awakening under the Bodhi tree, known across the centuries as the yoga of breath mindfulness. Buddha never mentioned the gap to his ordinary disciples because he knew that if they began to desire the gap, their minds would look to the future and miss the immediate reality of the breath. But if you move minutely with the breath, the gap reveals itself spontaneously. The second subtle point happens when the breath curves to go out. The incoming breath and the outgoing breath are not two parallel lines that never meet. They are two halves of one single cosmic circle. To change its direction from down to up, the breath must pass through a neutral territory, an unmoving turning point. It is exactly like changing the gears of a motor car. You must pass through the neutral gear before you can move from the first gear to the second. In that neutral territory, the mechanical power is on, the engine is running, but the moving mechanism is completely disjoined from the body of the car. When your breath takes this turn, your consciousness is temporarily disjoined from your body and your mind. You are neither physical nor mental. You are just a silent isness. If you can place your absolute wordless attention exactly at the turn of the breath, you will realize the self instantly. But to observe this rare turn, you must develop a deep capacity for silent attention. Ordinarily, your mind is like a monkey, constantly jumping from one thought to another, never remaining still for a single moment. If you verbalize the experience, if you say to yourself inside, "What a beautiful silence," you have already moved away from the turn into the past or the future. You must remain with the turn without a single word, without a single ripple of thought, just as a pure reflective mirror. As you sit here listening to my voice, listening to the deep roar of the ocean waves, you can begin to feel the space of this silent awareness opening up within your heart. If you feel this vertical dimension of eternity breaking through your heavy conditioning, take a silent moment to press the like button, subscribe to this channel, and leave your honest reflection in the comments below so that this stream of truth can expand deeper into the global matrix. And if you wish to share this video with other seeking souls, you are helping to create a beautiful, healthy spiritual wavelength in a world that is heavily drugged by materialistic illusions. This simple act of sharing becomes a part of your own inner growth, because whenever you help another lamp to be lighted, your own inner light shines with a greater radiance. Shiva reveals yet another mystery of the breath, or whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. When the incoming breath penetrates deep into your body and begins to fuse with the outgoing breath, a moment comes where it is neither moving out nor moving in. The breath becomes completely static, perfectly passive, like a quiet pool without a single ripple. This point of fusion is your original center, your roots in the divine, located near your navel, which is known as the hara. A newly born child always breathes from this center. His abdomen moves up and down, while his chest remains completely relaxed and unaffected. Because he lives at his center, a child is total in everything he does. His energy is overflowing, his innocence is untouched, and he lives entirely in the immediate present. But as you grow up, society teaches you to suppress your emotions, your anger, and your sexuality. Because you are terrified of being vulnerable and open to the other, you make your breathing shallow. You breathe only from the chest, never allowing the vital energy to go down and touch your center at the hara. Civilized man is a deeply fragmented, off-center being living at the minimum of his energy. When your breath returns to the hara through meditation, you touch the center, which is energy-less, because your material food cannot feed it, and yet energy-filled because it is connected directly with the cosmic source of life. If you can be aware of this center where the breaths fuse, your small mechanical self will vanish into absolute nothingness. This universal pause can happen spontaneously in moments of acute sudden danger. You are driving a car and suddenly you see that an accident is imminent. Another car is heading straight toward you. In that split second, your breathing stops automatically. If the breath is out, it remains out. If it is in, it remains in. In that intense emergency, you cannot afford the luxury of breathing or thinking. Your whole past, your name, your bank balance, your worries, everything evaporates instantly. There is an absolute pause. This is the very mechanism that Zen masters have used in Japan for centuries to create a sudden awakening in their disciples. A master will suddenly slap a disciple or throw him out of the window without any logical reason. The mind of the disciple stops working instantly because it has no ready-made calculation for absurdity. A gap is created, the breath stops, and in that universal pause, the disciple becomes an awakened Buddha. But for a pure, innocent mind, a mind that has no desires or motivations in the future, this pause happens naturally without any external crisis. When you are simply present here and now, without going anywhere in the mind, the breathing stops of itself and you enter into the ultimate void. To achieve this total stillness, you must understand the deep difference between exclusive attention and inclusive awareness. When you pay attention to your breathing, it is an exclusive act. You have to withdraw your mind from everything else. It is a tension, an effort, and that is why you cannot practice it while you are driving a car or doing any complicated work. In the beginning, you must choose a small, separate period. 40 minutes or an hour in the morning is best because your vital energies are fresh and rising. Settle yourself in a silent corner. Let your spine be straight and give your exclusive attention to the incoming and outgoing breaths. But as your practice deepens, you must transform your attention into inclusive awareness. Awareness means you do not exclude anything. You are aware of your breathing, you are aware of your walking, you are aware of the birds chirping in the trees, and you are aware of the traffic noise on the street. Everything is included in your consciousness without any conflict, without any choice. Shiva says, when in worldly activity, keep attentive between the two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days be born anew. When you can maintain this awareness of the gap while doing your ordinary chores in the marketplace, your whole life becomes a magnificent psychodrama. You become an actor playing a role on the stage of the world, but your real being remains permanently centered in the silent gap within. If you find this call for an inward revolution, clearing your inner blocks, and wish to participate actively in our global fellowship, you can click on the join button on your screen to become a member of our channel, or you can express your spiritual gratitude through a contribution with super thanks. supporting us to keep this stream of truth flowing unconditionally. And if you want to deepen your individual study, protecting your consciousness from the subtle traps of the mind, you can explore our specially compiled ebooks by clicking on the link available in the description below. These contributions are not commercial transactions. They are a sacred means of channelizing your energy to ensure that this light can reach every thirsty soul across the matrix. When you support this work, you help to stabilize a powerful, silent energy field in the world. There is another, deeper dimension of breathing that can be unlocked only when you turn your attention toward the center of your forehead, the Ajna chakra, which is the pineal gland. This third eye has been hungry for lives together. Its food is your pure, undistracted attention. The moment you close your eyes and focus your gaze exactly between the two eyebrows, your attention is magnetically drawn by this gland. Your eyes become fixed, they cannot move, and your whole vital energy runs toward the forehead. In that state, a supreme phenomenon happens. For the first time, you become a detached witness to your own thoughts. You can see your thoughts running like clouds in the sky, completely separate from you. And on this plane of the third eye, your imagination becomes immensely powerful. It becomes an instant actuality. Whatever you imagine in the third eye happens then and there. There is absolutely no gap between dream and reality. If a hypnotist puts you into a deep trance by focusing your eyes on a single dot, he is drawing your attention to the third eye. If he then places a cold stone in your hand and suggests to you that it is a burning fire, your skin will actually get burned and form blisters, because for the third eye, imagination is the fact. That is why Tantra insists on absolute purity and innocence before you touch this center. Because if your mind is full of destructive, angry, or suicidal thoughts, they will be actualized instantly. Shiva says, with intangible breath in center of forehead, as this reaches heart at the moment of sleep, have direction over dreams and over death itself. When you are falling into sleep at night, as drowsiness begins to overtake your consciousness, do not just fall asleep mechanically. Become aware of the intangible, invisible part of your breath, the prana, and feel it coming from your forehead straight down into your heart center. Go on feeling this delicate touch of prana at your heart with every breath, and let sleep drown you in this state of awareness. If you can fall asleep in this manner, a magnificent mastery comes to you. You become fully conscious in your dreams. You will know that you are dreaming while the dream is happening. Ordinarily, you are a helpless victim of your dreams. You cannot create them and you cannot stop them. But once you are aware in your dreams, you gain complete direction over them. You can dream whatsoever you like, or you can stop dreaming completely. And the moment your voluntary dreaming stops, your sleep takes on an entirely new quality. It becomes as deep, as silent, and as blissful as death itself. Death is nothing but a long, deep sleep. Qualitatively, they are exactly the same. Every night you are tired, you fall into a short death, and you are reborn fresh in the morning. After a long life of 80 years, your whole body-mind mechanism is completely exhausted, and a short night's sleep will no longer do. You need a great, profound sleep to be completely washed clean. That great sleep is what you call death. If you can become a master of your dreams through this heart center, you gain complete direction over death itself. You will know that death is just a beautiful, restful sleep, and you will see your own physical body falling away like a worn-out garment. You will become the master of your next birth also. You can choose exactly when, where, and through which parents you will be born again into the world. You transcend the mechanical wheel of fate completely. But to touch this vertical dimension of freedom, you must use chaotic methods to shatter the heavy monopoly of your brain. Modern man is an absolute prisoner of his head. His whole life has become an accumulation of intellectual knowledge and verbal definitions. Through my dynamic meditation, through chaotic breathing, catharsis, and shouting, your brain is completely nullified. It has no ready-made software for chaos, so it stops functioning, and the vital energy is forced to leave the head and drop back to its original roots at the Hara center. Do not be afraid of the inner chaos. Do not be afraid of the screaming, the crying, or the wild dancing that happens during meditation. These are all repressed tensions and body complexes leaving your system, washing your inner mirror clean. A man who has stuffed his mind with intellectual knowledge is bound to remain ignorant of the real, because knowledge is always of the past. It is dead memory. True wisdom is born only out of absolute nothingness, out of a blank canvas, out of a silent womb of receptivity. When you are a complete no mind, when there is no knower and no known, then pure knowing happens existentially. Satchitanand existence, consciousness, and bliss becomes your immediate reality. You are no longer an outsider thrown into an alien universe. You are at home you are the universe itself. Squeeze your total life force into these methods. Play with them with the innocent joy of a child, and the ultimate explosion is certain to happen this very moment. This obstacle-less harmony is the ultimate resting place where all human effort must eventually dissolve into a profound, choiceless surrender. You must understand this clearly, because the moment there is no resistance within you, the very structure of the ego collapses like a house of cards. The mind, which is a compulsive manipulator, always wants to know how to attain this state of surrender. It asks for a step-by-step method, a ready-made spiritual manual, completely unaware that the very question is an absolute absurdity. You cannot ask how to surrender, because the how implies a methodology, a doing on your part, an active manipulation of your energy. And if you are doing something, if you are practicing a technique to surrender, then you are still very much present as the controller, the master of the game. Surrender is not an act that you can perform. It is a total, spontaneous happening that takes over your entire being only when every method, every intellectual calculation, and every human effort has been realized as completely futile. It is the ultimate boundary where you simply drop down into a state of total, helpless emptiness. On this path of absolute surrender, your own will is no longer needed. You become a wide, bottomless valley, a silent womb of pure receptivity. And when you are a complete vacuum, the infinite cosmic energy of the divine begins to pour into you from every pore, filling your existence to the very brim. This deep transition from an active horizontal struggle to a passive vertical receptivity is a rare phenomenon that requires an unyielding individual responsibility. You cannot rely on collective systems, mass movements, or organized creeds to bring about this inner mutation. Society wants you to live a predictable, well-managed life, safely enclosed within the boundaries of a false self-image. It trains your head, your intellect, your capacity to rationalize, because a head-oriented human being is highly useful for the marketplace. But in strengthening your brain, society completely deadens your heart and disconnects you from your original roots at the navel center, the hara. You become like an uprooted tree, drifting aimlessly through a series of empty, repetitive desires, completely oblivious of your true home in the universe. If you feel the truth of this uprootedness echoing within your soul and wish to ground these insights into your deep spiritual practice, consider taking an immediate, quiet moment to click the join button on your interface, becoming an active member of our global fellowship. By participating in this work, by exploring our specially compiled ebooks available through the link in the description below, or by offering your spiritual support with a contribution through Super Thanks, you help to stabilize a powerful, silent energy field that can guide many seeking souls out of the heavy illusions of the matrix. These actions are not superficial gestures. They are a sacred means of channelizing your vital energy to ensure that this inward revolution can continue to expand unconditionally across the world. To move deep into this vertical dimension of eternity, you must fully deconstruct the subtle deceptions of spiritual ambition. The mind is so incredibly cunning that the moment it learns about enlightenment, about Sat Chitanand, or about the cosmic body, it turns these sublime realities into a new target to be chased in the future. You begin to desire non-desire. You begin to seek the void, completely unaware that the very mechanism of seeking is what keeps you chained to the horizontal timeline. All objects of desire are worldly, because desire itself is the world. It makes no difference whether you are desiring a larger bank balance or the ultimate state of moksha. The formatting of your mind remains exactly the same. You are refusing to accept the immediate reality of what is here and now, and you are projecting your hope into a non-existential future. Tantra says, drop all ideals, drop all future destinations, and simply encounter your present reality in its total facticity. If you are confused, accept your confusion. If you are angry, accept your anger. If you are full of greed, accept your greed. The moment this acceptance becomes total and unconditional, the future disappears. The mechanisms of becoming stop functioning, and you are suddenly thrown back to your original source of life. Look at the raw, undisguised structure of your inner energy flow. When you are in a state of deep, unconditional acceptance, your consciousness naturally shifts its focus from the outer circumference to the inner center. This center is not a geographical location within your physical body, but a profound connection with the total universe. We have been raised to believe that we are separate islands, thrown into a hostile, alien world without our consent. But this feeling of thrownness is nothing but an illusion created by our identification with the mechanical mind. You have not been thrown into the world, you have grown out of it, just as a leaf grows out of a tree or a wave grows out of the ocean. The universe is not your enemy, it is your very home. It is breathing through you, vibrating through you, and realizing its own infinite awareness through your individual existence. Once you discover this rootedness at your navel center, all your existential anxieties, dreads, and fears vanish like mist before the morning sun. You realize that your separate identity was just a temporary role you were playing on the stage of time, a minor script given to you by the society, while your true being is completely boundless and immortal. This discovery of the inner center is heavily obstructed by the false purity that has been propagated by organized religions for centuries. They have divided your organic wholeness into two fighting camps, the good and the bad, the saintly and the sinful, the divine and the devilish. They tell you to love and suppress your hatred, to be peaceful and destroy your anger, completely unaware that these are not two separate things, but two poles of the very same energy. Love and hate are like your incoming and outgoing breaths. They are part of one single continuous movement of life. If you are not allowed to breathe out, you can never breathe in. If you are not allowed to express your authentic anger, your capacity to love will be completely paralyzed and deadened. The so-called pure saints who have suppressed their anger and sexuality are not healthy total human beings. They are nothing but well-controlled, deeply neurotic hypocrites. Their silence is not a living peace. It is just a cold war, a temporary truce between two inner battles. They have turned their violence against themselves, torturing their own physical bodies under the holy name of austerity, because their twisted conditioning does not allow their vital energy to flow naturally. Tantra stands for a completely different quality of purity. The purity of absolute innocence, of non-division. A child is pure not because he has no anger or greed, but because he has no dividing mind. He is completely spontaneous, moving as a unified whole with whatever happens in the immediate moment. Tantra believes in your inherent inner goodness. It says that everything within you is holy. Everything is a divine gift that can be transformed through the alchemy of awareness. Do not throw away the ugly mud of your raw instincts, because that mud is the very source from which the magnificent lotus flower of your spirit must grow. If you destroy the mud through puritanical suppression, you destroy the very possibility of the flower. Accept your animality fully, because only through total acceptance can you transcend it. When you stop all inner fighting and look at your greed, your anger, or your sexuality with a deeply sensitive, open mind, your ego loses its ground completely. Ideals and future goals are the very fuel that the ego lives on. The moment you are totally present with what is, the ego dissolves into a vast nothingness, and you are centered in your true being. To bring about this inner mutation, Shiva reveals ancient, timeless techniques that work directly on the subtle mechanisms of your body and mind. These methods are completely scientific. They require no belief, no faith, and no religious rituals. They only require an honest daringness to experiment. Let us look at the fifth technique revealed in the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra. Attention between eyebrows, let mind be before thought. Let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light. This is a rare atomic method that works on the most mysterious part of your brain, the pineal gland, known across the centuries as the third eye or the Shivanetra. This center is closed in the ordinary man, lying completely dormant because his vital energy never reaches it, but the third eye is intensely hungry for your attention. Attention is its natural food. The moment you close your eyes, focus your gaze exactly between the two eyebrows and give your total undistracted attention to that point. A deep magnetic pull happens. Your eyes become fixed, they lose their outward mobility, and your entire vital force is sucked toward the forehead. The first radical result of being centered in the third eye is that you immediately become a detached witness to your own mind. Ordinarily, you are completely identified with your thoughts. When anger is there, you become anger. When greed is there, you become greed. There is no gap between you and the mental process. But from the vantage point of the third eye, thoughts begin to run before you like a film on a screen or clouds passing in the sky. You are sitting at a window, aloof and untouched, simply watching the clouds come and go. And the second mystery of this technique is that on this plane of the third eye, your imagination becomes an instant reality. There is absolutely no boundary between a dream and a fact. Whatever you imagine with your attention fixed at the Ajna Chakra happens then and there. If you are deeply focused on this point, even a cold stone placed in your hand can be felt as a burning fire through a simple suggestion, because your unconscious accepts the imagination as an absolute truth. Shiva says, let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light. When you are centered between the eyebrows, you can easily perceive the invisible, immaterial content of your breathing, the prana or the vital, elan vital of existence. Now, imagine that this subtle essence of breath is rising up from the forehead, filling your entire skull and gathering at the very top of your head, the Sahasrar chakra. The moment you imagine it, it happens, and from that highest peak, let this prana essence shower down upon your whole being as a profound, radiant light. Under this celestial shower, your old past conditioning is completely washed away. Your inner blocks dissolve and you are completely refreshed, reborn into a new quality of life. But remember, because imagination becomes an instant fact on this plane, absolute innocence and purity of intention are required before you enter it. If a man with a heavy, aggressive, or vindictive mind focuses on the third eye, his destructive thoughts can become immediate actualities, causing terrible harm to himself and to others. If you find this path of inner alignment and transformation, clearing your vision, and wish to keep this stream of ancient wisdom expanding deeper into the matrix, take an active moment to leave your honest reflection in the comments and share this video with other seekers who are ready for this truth. You can also click the join button to become a member of our channel or show your deep spiritual appreciation through a contribution with super thanks, ensuring that this transmission remains available unconditionally to all thirsty hearts. And if you want to protect your awareness from the subtle traps and hallucinations of the mental body, you can access our specially designed ebooks through the link provided below, which act as useful guides for your independent sadhana. These energy investments are essential for maintaining a clear, potent field of truth in a world that is heavily dominated by superficial distractions. Let us move to the sixth technique of Shiva. When in worldly activity, keep attentive between the two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days be born anew. This method is uniquely valuable because it does not ask you to escape into a forest or an ashram. It must be practiced precisely while you are engaged in your daily chores in the marketplace. You are eating your food, you are walking on the street, you are talking to a customer. Continue the activity on the outside, but keep your inner attention fixed continuously in the microscopic gap that exists between your incoming and outgoing breaths. This requires a deep transition from exclusive attention to inclusive awareness. Attention means you focus on one object at the cost of everything else, which can turn into an inner tension. But awareness is completely inclusive. It means you are aware of your walking, you are aware of the people around you, you are aware of the traffic, and yet your inner center remains anchored in the silent pause between the two breaths. When you practice this method continuously during your worldly activities, your whole life is transformed into a magnificent drama. You become an actor playing a predetermined role on the stage of the world, but you never become identified with the role. You may be playing the part of a husband, a shopkeeper, or a clerk. You do it efficiently, with total sensitivity, but deep down in your center, you know exactly who you are. You remain completely aloof, like a watcher on a hill, observing the play of life happening on the periphery. If your wife leaves you or your business fails, you do not get a heart failure, because you know that it was just a scene in the drama, a temporary play of light and shadow on the screen. You are no longer a victim of circumstances. You live in an unshakable inner peace that can never be disturbed by any outer storm. The seventh technique takes you even deeper into the mystery of sleep and death, with intangible breath in center of forehead. As this reaches heart at the moment of sleep, have direction over dreams and over death itself. Sleep is not a small, meaningless matter. It occupies 1/3 of your entire physical existence. If you live for 60 years, you pass 20 years in a state of sleep, but we live in such a deep state of ignorance that this massive part of our life remains completely dark and unknown to us. We are completely unconscious in our sleep, drifting helplessly through a chaotic series of non-voluntary dreams. Shiva says, when you are lying down on your bed at night, as drowsiness begins to overtake your conscious mind, become intensely aware of the invisible, intangible prana moving within your breath. Feel this delicate, immaterial current of energy entering from the center of your forehead and moving straight down into your heart center with every single inhalation. Let your heart be filled completely with this subtle breath essence, and let sleep drown your consciousness while you are fixed in this feeling. If you can catch the exact moment of sleep with this inner awareness, a profound mutation happens. You become fully conscious within your dreams. You will know that you are dreaming while the dream is actually happening before your eyes. Ordinarily, you take your dreams as absolute reality while you are asleep, because your eyes are turned upward toward the third eye mechanically, and for the third eye, imagination is the fact. But the moment you are aware in your dreams, you become the absolute master of your subconscious mind. You can create any dream you desire, or you can stop any dream from entering your mind. And the moment your non-voluntary dreaming ceases, your sleep takes on an entirely new quality. It becomes a deep, silent, bottomless ocean of pure rest. This dreamless sleep is qualitatively identical to death itself. Death is nothing but a long, profound sleep. Every night you are exhausted, you fall into a short death, and you are reborn fresh and vitalized the next morning. After a long journey of 80 years, your entire body-mind mechanism is completely spent, and a short night's sleep is no longer enough to wash you clean. You need a great, profound sleep to dissolve your old identity and prepare you for a new garment. That great sleep is what you call death. If you have gained complete direction over your dreams through the heart center, you naturally gain direction over death itself. You will see your physical body falling away like a dry leaf from a tree, and you will know that you are completely separate from it. Death ceases to be a terrifying end. It becomes a beautiful, restful passage. You become the absolute master of your birth also. You can choose exactly when, where, and through which womb you will enter into the world again. To achieve this total freedom, you must understand the eighth technique. With utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath and know the knower. Elementally, this technique is identical to the ones we discussed before, but with one vital modification, the addition of utmost devotion. There are many seekers who have a deeply scientific, logical turn of mind. They can practice dry, purely technical methods with ease. But there are many others who are heart-oriented, who live in the world of feelings and love. For them, a dry technique will feel like an impossible burden. Shiva says, if you are a devotee, do not look at your body as a mere machine or a lump of matter. Treat your body as a holy temple, a sacred abode of the divine. When you are taking a breath in, feel with utmost devotion that it is the divine within you who is breathing. When you are eating, feel that you are offering food to the divine sitting inside your heart. When you are taking a bath, feel that you are washing the very feet of the Lord within. When this attitude of deep love and gratitude is established, look at the two junctions of the breath where it turns from in to out and from out to in. In that devotional centering, the knower is revealed to you spontaneously. You realize the supreme witness within your own soul. The ninth technique is a method of absolute surrender. Lie down as dead, enraged in wrath, stay so, or stare without moving an eyelash, or suck something and become the sucking. This technique has been used by some of the greatest mystics of the modern world to reach the ultimate peak of awakening. Raman Maharshi attained his profound enlightenment through this very method when he was just a young boy of 16. A sudden, overwhelming fear of death took hold of him, and he felt that his body was going to die right then and there. Instead of running away in fear, instead of calling for a doctor, he simply accepted it. He lay down on the floor, made his body stiff like a corpse, closed his eyes, and waited for death to take him completely. He found that his body had become paralyzed, dead, but his inner consciousness was absolutely awake and alert. He realized that the body can die, but he remains alive as a pure, undying witness. You can practice this method by lying down silently on your bed or on the floor. Just feel that you are dead. You cannot move your hands, you cannot open your eyes, you cannot speak a word, you are just a corpse. And the sutra says, enraged in wrath, stay so. If a sudden storm of anger, fear, anxiety, or sadness arises in your mind because of this death experience, do not allow your body to move. Emotions are called emotions because they naturally create motion in the physical body. When you are angry, your fists clench. When you are sad, your eyes cry. But you are dead, so you cannot afford to move. Let the anger be there, let the anxiety be there, but you stay so fixed, still, corpse-like. If you can remain in this non-moving state for just a few minutes, a sudden gear change happens within your consciousness. The emotions, finding no response from the physical body, begin to move away into the distance, and you find yourself standing completely separate from them. You are the master, the undying witness. Or, Shiva says, stare without moving an eyelash. This was the exact method through which Meher Baba attained his deep, silent awakening. For years together, he would lie down on the floor and stare continuously at the ceiling of his room without moving his eyes, without blinking a single eyelash. When you stare without any movement, your gaze becomes fixed at the third eye automatically, and the whole thought process stops functioning. Meher Baba became so intensely silent through this method that he remained completely mute for the rest of his life. He could no longer formulate words because there was no mind left to create them. A great mind reader from America once came to see him, a man who could accurately read the thoughts of thousands of people. He sat before Meher Baba, closed his eyes, and tried to read his mind. He began to sweat profusely, and after an hour he opened his eyes in deep defeat and said, "This is the only failure of my life. I cannot read this man because there is nothing to read." He is a complete vacuum, an absolute void. The moment I close my eyes, I feel as if no one is sitting before me, and I have to open them again to see if he has escaped. The final part of the sutra is beautiful and deeply primitive. Or suck something and become the sucking. Sucking is the very first act of life that a child performs the moment he comes out of his mother's womb. His first cry is nothing but an effort to suck air into his lungs, and then he sucks milk from his mother's breast. This is the most basic, natural life flow of a human being. But civilization suppresses it prematurely, creating deep, unconscious neuroses within us. This basic act can be turned into a profound meditation. Close your eyes, suck something, even an ordinary cigarette or just the air itself, but forget the object, forget yourself as the sucker, and move completely into the process. Become the sucking itself. If you can become the sucking totally, without any thinking mind, you will suddenly be regressed back to the pristine innocence of a newly born child. All your sophisticated conditioning will drop away, and you will touch the very roots of your life force at the navel center. A deep cosmic nectar will begin to overflow within your being, and you will realize that you are one with the eternal current of existence. Choose any of these scientific techniques, play with them with total uninhibited intensity, and break free from the matrix forever. This deep regression into the primal innocence of the child through the mechanism of sucking is only a doorway, a temporary bridge to bring you back to the untamed, unconditioned state of your biological roots. Once you have touched this natural simplicity, you must realize that the ultimate reality does not stop at the fourth or even the fifth plane of your consciousness. The journey must continue until you reach the absolute center, where all definitions, all names, and all individual identities are lost completely. Most spiritual traditions in the world stagnate at the fifth body, the spiritual body, because the experience of self-knowledge and supreme bliss is so overwhelmingly fulfilling that the seeker feels he has arrived home. He says, "I am the soul, eternal, immortal, beyond birth and death." But this is only a vertical crystallization of the ego, a refined state of I amness, where you still feel separate from the rest of existence. To break this final horizon, you must be willing to pass from the spiritual body to the sixth body, the Brahma Sharir, the cosmic body, where even your individual being is dissolved into the cosmic whole. In the sixth body, there is no longer any separate I, only the infinite, beginningless expanse of existence remains. You are the ocean itself. But even the cosmic body is only half the truth, because it represents absolute being, absolute existence, and that which is non-existence, the absolute void, has yet to be realized. To know the total reality, you must take the final, ultimate jump from the sixth body to the seventh body, the Nirvana Sharir, the Nirvanic body, where both being and non-being, existence and non-existence are transcended completely. This seventh plane is a state of absolute bodilessness, a total void where the small self vanishes and even the cosmic identity is erased, leaving only a perfect, unmoving silence. When you are standing on the threshold of this seventh plane, you will realize that what you previously called your life was nothing but a long, complicated series of horizontal movements in the matrix of time. Time is an absolute necessity for the mechanical mind, because without the past and the future, the mind cannot function for a single moment. Your psychological time is created entirely by your miseries, your anxieties, and your continuous running after future goals. Have you ever observed that when you are in deep suffering, when you are in intense pain, a single night becomes so long that it seems to stretch into eternity? The clock on the wall moves at its normal speed, but for your consciousness, the time is heavily prolonged because you want to escape the present moment of suffering. And the exact reverse happens when you are in a state of happiness, when you are with your loved one, or when a spontaneous glimpse of meditation touches your heart. Then hours pass away like single moments. You wonder how the night passed so quickly, because in happiness, time shrinks, and in the ultimate state of bliss, in the profound emptiness of your true center, time disappears altogether. It ceases to exist. There is no longer any horizontal movement into the future, no longer any memory of the past, only the vertical dimension of the eternal now remains. If you can feel this timelessness opening up within your consciousness, as we deconstruct these final traps of the mind, it is a sign that your inner center is ready to receive this cosmic transmission. To deepen your relationship with this international fellowship of seekers, to access our intimate esoteric gatherings and support the expansion of these insights, deeper into the global simulation, take a silent moment right now to click the official interface join button and become an active member of our spiritual community. By joining us, you help to stabilize a powerful, vibrant energy field that can serve as a sanctuary for many lost souls who are drifting aimlessly on the circumference of life. The controllers of the matrix have built their entire kingdom upon your accumulation of verbal knowledge, because a knowledgeable mind is a completely predictable, manageable mind. They want you to go to universities, read scriptures, and memorize definitions, completely unaware that knowledge is the greatest barrier to authentic knowing. Knowledge is always of the past. It is dead memory, a computerized accumulation of what has already happened. A mind stuffed with knowledge becomes arrogant, closed, and utterly blind to the fresh, living reality of the present moment. True revelation happens only when your knowledge ceases completely. When you are humble enough to stand in a state of total, innocent ignorance, admitting that you do not know. When a person claims, I know, his ego is strengthened, his mind becomes opaque, and the vast unknown cannot enter into his being. But when you step into the void of a no-mind state, when there is no longer any knower and no longer any object known, a pure existential knowing happens spontaneously. This knowing cannot be put into words. It cannot be reduced to a theological system or a philosophical doctrine, because it is a living experience of your organic unity with the total universe. This wordless knowing is what the ancient seers tried to indicate through the cosmic symbol of Aum. Aum is not a word that can be found in any linguistic dictionary. It carries no conceptual meaning because it was constructed scientifically from the three basic root sounds of human speech, A, U, and M. When a meditator reaches the ultimate boundary of the fourth body and his inner chatter drops away completely, this universal resonance begins to vibrate within his forehead on its own accord. It is the sound of the void, the uncaused music of absolute silence. But because the mind cannot comprehend a meaningless symbol, as this sound traveled across different countries and cultures over thousands of years, it became badly distorted and personified. By the time it reached the Western traditions, it turned into the word Amen, used at the end of prayers to mean so be it, completely losing its original wordless essence. The half-moon symbol revered in Islam is nothing but the upper fragment of the Aum picture. Separated from the main body during its long journey through the Arabic lands. Whenever you look at these distorted remnants of truth in the world, remember that your gratitude for the authentic source must not remain a mere verbal expression. To show your active appreciation for this sacred transmission, to keep this stream of ancient wisdom running unconditionally, without being polluted by commercial systems, you can offer a voluntary token of your energy through the Super Thanks feature on your screen. This contribution is a beautiful tantric exchange of vital energy, an active participation that strengthens your own inner receptivity and ensures that this revolutionary light can reach every corner of the global matrix. To jump from the horizontal line of time into the vertical line of eternity, you must understand the deep difference between gradual methods and sudden enlightenment. The mechanical mind loves gradual methods because they are safe, calculated, and predictable. The mind can plan its progress step by step, saying, "Today I am here, tomorrow I will be there, and after many lives I will achieve perfection." This gradual process keeps the ego perfectly secure because the controller is always present, managing his own spiritual growth. But Tantra and true meditation say that gradual methods are just a clever way of postponing the ultimate reality. You do not need time to be yourself because you are already the divine right now. The treasure is already hidden inside your house. You only need to stop your horizontal running and look within. A sudden method is like an unexpected accident. It shatters the continuity of your mind completely, forces your ego to commit an immediate suicide, and drops you straight into the abysmal void of your true being. This sudden awakening can be deeply terrifying. It can look like an absolute death, because everything you took to be your identity is wiped out in a split second. But only those who have the supreme courage to die to their false masks can be resurrected into authentic, everlasting life. Look at your life. What are you doing? Why are you so terrified of your own anger, of your own sexuality, of your own aloneness? You are constantly running away from your facts, creating beautiful false ideals of non-violence, celibacy, and morality to hide your inner wounds. Your morality is nothing but a decorative bandage over a rotten, bleeding wound. You think you are a saint because you can suppress your anger, but your suppressed anger is circulating in your blood as a deadly poison, making you permanently tense and miserable. Tantra says, drop all your makeup, drop all your false masks, and be authentically what you are. If you are an animal, accept your animality totally. Do not be a hypocrite, Do not play double games with yourself, because hypocrisy is the only real sin. The moment you accept your reality exactly as it is, without any choice, without any desire to be different, your whole energy system comes to a complete standstill. The mechanical mind has no place to move. It stops functioning, and you are automatically centered in your original source. We must understand that this entire universe is an overflowing, blissful celebration of energy that has no purpose outside of itself. A flower blooms just for the sheer joy of blooming. A bird sings just for the joy of singing. And the stars move across the firmament without any goal, without any destination. Only man has turned his life into a miserable, purposed transaction. You are always doing something for something else. You earn money for security. You build a house for comfort. You practice virtue for heaven. Even when you love, your love is not an end in itself. It is just a calculated power politics to dominate the other or to escape from your own loneliness. Because your life is entirely purposeful, it is entirely tense, full of anxiety and dread. Meditation means stepping out of this world of purpose and entering into the holy play of existence. It means becoming like a child again, innocent, spontaneous, living from moment to moment without any legalistic rules, without any enforced disciplines. When you are simply here and now, relaxed under the open sky, listening to the silent music of reality, you have broken through this simulation. You are no longer an outsider thrown into an alien world. You are the cosmic whole itself, realizing its own infinite awareness through you. We must dive deeper into how the transition between these inner layers occurs, because if you are not deeply vigilant, the mind will deceive you at every single step. When you are in the first body, the physical body, your reality is entirely gross. You look at a person and you see only his outer shape, his skin, his color, his features. This is a very primitive way of existing, a subhuman state where you are completely identified with your material envelope. That the moment you enter the second body, the etheric body, through the interior feeling of your physical frame, your perspective shifts from the material to the emotional. Now you do not see only the skin of the person, you begin to feel his inner vibe, his emotional atmosphere. You know whether he is radiating waves of love or waves of hostility. This second body is a condensed smoke-like energy field, highly sensitive to suggestions and hypnotic inputs. If you can look from inside the second body, you become aware of the third body, the astral body, from the outside. The astral body is composed of absolute atomic essence, the minutest particles of matter beyond which materiality ceases to exist. The institutions of the matrix are terrified of anyone reaching the fourth body, the mental body, because on this plane a human being becomes completely telepathic and capable of direct, non-verbal thought projection. If everyone developed their fourth body, the entire commercial and political network of the world would shatter within a single day. You would be able to see exactly what your politician is thinking behind his polished speeches. You would know the hidden greed of your priest behind his holy sermons, and no one would be able to deceive you any longer. Because the fourth body is completely wall-less and transparent, it allows a direct communion between minds across thousands of miles. Space and distance become completely irrelevant for the mental body. But because it is so subtle, it is also the plane where you can easily get lost in your own spiritual daydreams, projecting false visions of gods and gurus to satisfy your unfulfilled expectations. To cross the vertical wall between this fourth plane and the fifth, the spiritual body, your awareness must become an unyielding, burning fire that flows upward against the downward gravity of your biological habits. Let us expand on the concept of numbers and why things are arranged in patterns of 7 in the mind's convenient habit. Why are there 7 days in a week, 7 musical notes in the scale, 7 cosmic spheres, and 7 subtle bodies within the human psyche? This number 7 is not an accidental coincidence. It is an organic reflection of how the human mind organizes reality based on its natural biological rhythms. For example, the natural feminine menstrual cycle is a fixed period of 28 days, heavily synchronized with the movements of the moon. When early man first began to measure time, he divided this 28-day cycle into 4 equal parts, and that is how the 7-day week came into existence. Once this pattern of 7 became fixed within the human mind, the mind naturally began to perceive other realities through the same matrix of 7. It found 7 basic colors in the rainbow, 7 notes in the harmony of music, and 7 layers of energy within the soul. This is how everything has its own inner logic. Once you accept the first step as a premise, the remaining steps follow automatically in a perfect sequence. Do not let your cunning mind turn these words into a new intellectual philosophy. Go out into your life, find your silent corner, and play with these atomic techniques with all your energy and all your might. Squeeze your vital energy into meditation and let the old mechanical self die completely, so that the divine can be born within you. If you have felt this revolutionary light touching your heart today, make sure to like this video, leave your genuine reflection in the comments, share this transmission with every seeking soul you know, and subscribe to the channel to ensure that your consciousness remains continuously connected with this cosmic awakening. You can access our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, in the description below.